G'day mate, 40 here. I just want to run through some blindingly obvious political truths, which if people deny, it makes them a lot harder to take seriously. For example, since 2017, President Joe Biden has increasingly appeared senile in his public appearances. Right, the same news media that shamelessly covered up for Joe Biden until his disastrous June 27, 2024 debate with Donald Trump has taken zero accountability for their lack of scrutiny of Joe Biden's fitness, his lack of mental acuity, and they're now covering Donald Trump. But they're not taking any responsibility. Kamala Harris was always a terrible candidate for President of the United States, and leading Democrats, all the leading Democrats, including President Joe Biden, former President Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, the Obamas, all knew that Kamala Harris was a terrible candidate, but they endorsed her anyway because they were less afraid of losing the election than they feared challenging their party's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and they just didn't feel like they could have an honest and open competition for the Democratic nomination against a black female candidate. Kamala was always characterized by crippling insecurity, indecisiveness, and abuse of her staff. Donald Trump hasn't treated his employees terribly well, but he had many people work for him for many, many years. Kamala Harris was completely unable to hold on to her staff. She never, ever had a chance in the Sunbelt states, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina. She consistently trailed in the Rust Belt states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. So for a year prior to the election, right, we had private polls for both Democrats and Republicans showing Donald Trump performing about 2 points better in the battleground states than public polls revealed. We should have had very clear distinctions made in journalistic coverage of the election about the difference between private polls and public polls. Private polls are better funded. They are far more rigorous than public polls. Early voting numbers, and for all the talk about, oh, how did the polls miss it? Well, the private polls did not miss this election result. Early voting numbers indicated for weeks, up to 4 weeks prior to the election, that Donald Trump was in a commanding position to win. And so everyone who claimed up to election day that it was a 50-50 race, were way off, because it was evident from early voting results that Donald Trump was in a commanding position to win. I think compared to all the commentators and journalists in this election, Mark Halperin stands head and shoulders above every other political journalist. Unfortunately, like Ronald Reagan, Donald Trump does not appear much interested in most of the nuts and bolts of governance. He is nominated for his cabinet all sorts of people who are manifestly unfit and unqualified, such as Matt Gaetz for Attorney General. Matt is now dropped out. Pete Hegseth, Bobby Kennedy, unfit, unqualified, does not speak well of Trump that he nominated them, unless he is just bowing to political realities. So if he is nominating someone who's way on the left, like Bobby Kennedy, but that was part of his winning coalition, then I recognize the political necessity for nominating Bobby Kennedy, but he, in all likelihood, is just going to be a terrible pick to lead the Department of Health and Human Services. Now, almost no accountability in the mainstream news media for their lack of coverage of Joe Biden's obvious senility since 2017. Right, we've had 7 years of a news media cover-up of Joe Biden's obvious senility. And we have a conversation here before the UC Berkeley Graduate School of Journalism by two people who are in charge of the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, right? Marty Barone of the Washington Post, Dean Baquet of the New York Times. They both helped orchestrate a cover-up of Joe Biden's obvious senility, and they show zero introspection. They don't even mention it in their 90-minute discussion of the pressing journalistic and political issues facing the nation.
Mississippi Today has a mix of, philanthropy and a couple of rich guys. The LA Times has its own struggles with its billionaire. It's just as similar to Bezos. How do you think about what the right ownership structure is for news organizations? My own view is there's no magic bullet. Everybody was waiting for the rich local guy to start a paper, and everybody would say, great, but that ain't going to happen.
Overall, in this discussion, Dean Baquet seems a little more sophisticated and thoughtful than Marty Barone.
Not all rich guys are created equal. What do you think of what do you think is right?
If you were going to ask me that question, I was going to say you go first, because that way I could correct you this time. But
we correct me. I went first.
We fundamentally agree. I have seen every ownership structure. back when newspapers were owned
Sophisticated
by
adult.
publicly traded companies, the big problem, they were making 40, 50% profit margins, maybe more. They were largely monopolies or oligopolies. We didn't write much about our own monopoly and oligopoly, by the way. And they were investing for the short run. They were giving dividends. They were trying to boost the stock price, and they were insufficiently investing in the future of our business. And we have paid a severe price for that. And they were very short-term oriented, just trying to jack up the price of the stock. You know, you have wealthy people; they have other commercial interests. That's true with Jeff Bezos. It's true with Patrick Soon-Chong at the Los Angeles Times. It's true with other really wealthy owners. Mark Benioff, owner of Time Magazine.
I sent the Sulzberger family a note after the Bezos controversy erupted, saying that I'm really glad that they didn't own anything else and were poorer than all these other owners.
Yeah, well,
not poor, but
poor is not the word I would use to describe them, but yeah, poorer. So. Then you look at, a lot of newspapers are now being brought up by private equity and hedge funds, and that's a disaster. They treat newspapers as annuities. They try to extract as much profit as quickly as they possibly can without any concern about the mission and the long-term sustainability of the business. And then there's the nonprofit model, which, a lot of people think is great, and it is, and I'm on the board of Mission Local proudly, but I don't think there's enough philanthropic money in this country to sustain the media ecosystem as it needs to be. And on top of that, many of the nonprofits, they look for funds from, hey, guess who? Rich people who have other interests, and from foundations.
So one thing that jumped out at me watching the Mark Halperin shows twice daily is how many people said they voted for Donald Trump, even though they don't like Donald Trump, but they just so loathe the news media. Now, journalism has almost never paid for itself. All right. The ability of newspapers to turn profits was a quirk of, it was the best advertising mechanism for classified ads and for department store ads. And so this quirk of happenstance in business and in marketing and communication, all right, that has disappeared with the advent of the internet. But the plain old business of journalism, it has virtually never paid for itself. And so this is not some devastating turn of events, right? This has been the rule throughout history, that good journalism doesn't pay for itself.
That would like to see their own causes promoted. And so there are problems there, and they're constantly looking for money. So I don't think there's a perfect model. I think we should judge news organizations by the work they do.
That's right.
Not the ownership structure they have.
The one problem, and we can talk to Lydia about this after, when I visit smaller newsrooms, and I've actually loved these smaller newsrooms because they feel closer to the ground, they're principled. They're not big enough to do, for the most part, for all of the criticism.
They're principled. Who's principled? Whose principles? Right? Which principles? There are so many competing ethical obligations in journalism. Right? There's an ethical obligation to the owner, to advertisers, or to the financial supporters. There are ethical obligations to the people you write about. There are ethical obligations to your sources, and there are ethical obligations to your readers and viewers. And when you have that many competing ethical obligations, they tend to cancel each other out. It's not like with the law, right? There you have clear and overwhelming ethical obligations to your client, primarily, and secondarily to your profession. In medicine, you overwhelmingly have ethical obligations to your patient. As a psychologist, you have ethical obligations to your patient. But in journalism ethics, you have ethical obligations all over the place. So they don't have near the amount of power that ethical obligations have in the real professions.
Of traditional regional papers, they were big enough to do all kinds of stuff if they chose to. The Boston Globe could do stuff as it did, and the smaller news organizations cannot. But they can do other stuff we couldn't do. So let's talk a little bit, both of us, about, I said in 2016 that I thought we did not capture the country well enough, that we didn't.
Right. That mood of introspection on the part of journalists, many of whom were crying in the newsroom of the New York Times after Donald Trump's surprising 2016 victory. Well, this mood of introspection shouldn't last long, because very quickly the news media was captured by the prospect that Donald Trump was in bed with Russia, and Russia manipulated our election. And so trying to figure out why the election came as a surprise to our media elites, that humility and introspection didn't last long. I noticed more humility at Chase and news media this time around. They are bending over backwards to be more fair to Donald Trump. I wonder how long it will last.
And I was talking about the New York Times, that we were shocked that Trump won. So was he. But we just didn't understand that the country was ready to elect a Donald Trump. I actually think that the press has done a much better job this time around. And my argument would be that, and people have trouble accepting this, but all of the stuff you know about Donald Trump, his abuse of the tax structure that David Fahrenthold wrote about, his taxes and his tax dodges that the New York Times, including David Barstow, wrote about, the allegations of women, all of the things that became controversies about Donald Trump were written about in the American press, and the American people voted Donald Trump in any way. So I actually think the press did a much better job. How do you think the press performed this election?
Well, I think there was a lot of good work. I would say this. I mean, I do think that our failure, when people ask me about how did we do in 2016, I said our problem predated 2016. Our problem is that we did not understand America well enough to understand that this country would produce a candidate like Donald Trump. We did not understand the level of rancor and grievance against elites, and particularly the press, to understand that they didn't want a Jeb Bush, who was called the front runner at one point. They wanted exactly the opposite of Jeb Bush. They wanted somebody who was not part of the ruling elites, the political families. They wanted somebody who was going to go to Washington, basically be an arsonist, burn everything down, punch people in the face, and that's what they elected. And we didn't capture that. We didn't understand the country well enough. I do think that we suffered from the same problem this time, is that that's why so many people are shocked, but
this time people knew that there was a good chance he'd win.
Maybe there was a good chance he would win, but I don't think people anticipated that he would win as decisively as he has. And they didn't understand that he would win in the voting segments that he won to the degree that he did among, Black Americans, among Latinos.
So the news media consistently portrayed this as a 50-50 race heading well into Election Day. So there's no introspection here about how they got it so wrong, when if they had any kind of contacts with both the Republican political operatives or the Democratic Party political operatives, they would have known that the Sunbelt states were always out of reach for Kamala Harris: Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, Georgia. And in the Rust Belt states, right, Donald Trump had a clear advantage in the early election votes, right? We had early voting going on for about a month prior to Election Day. There was this overwhelming evidence that Donald Trump was in a commanding position to win. It was clear for at least 4 weeks. You could also argue for a year prior to Election Day. And yet, overwhelmingly, the news media coverage was this was a 50-50 race on Election Day. That's how the news media was reporting it, from the New York Times to CNN to CBS News. This was a clear dereliction of duty when all of the available
among even women,
So in 2020, the early voting evidence was that Joe Biden was in an overwhelming position to win, and that was reflected in elite news media coverage. That Joe Biden early voting return showed that Biden was in an overwhelming position to win, and the news media did transmit that message heading into Election Day 2020.
You name it, to win all of the swing states. I don't think that was anticipated at all. And so I don't think we detected that level of desire for a change. And to me, that is, I think we need to work harder at really understanding the country. And there were a lot of dismissive remarks made by our critics about, those stories from the diners around the country. It's like, I don't care whether we go to a diner or we go wherever we go, but we do have to get out into the country. We do have to take the measure of the sentiment in this country. We just owe it to the American public that they.
It's very hard to understand things that come from a completely different hero system than your own. So people in the news media would have favored a Kamala Harris presidency over a Donald Trump presidency by at least 20-1. And so how is it even possible? How is it even possible for such an ideologically blinkered news media elite to understand contrary hero systems? I'm not sure it's possible.
Not be surprised and not surprise ourselves.
Right.
And I think there's a real failure on that.
Yeah. Our critics on the left, I can say, because when I was running the Times, got really pissed off whenever we went.
So subscribers to the New York Times go about 10-1, 20-1 for Democrats over Republicans.
And the diner story became the representative. But whenever I would get emails from people saying, why are you talking to those people? We don't care what Trump voters had to say. That was a consistent.
Well, My favorite college football team is UCLA because I went to UCLA, and I have not watched highlights of UCLA losing to its crosstown rival USC yesterday because I don't want to see highlights of my team losing. So people whose team loses in politics, it's understandable that they don't want to read the news about why their team lost.
And I agree with you. We needed to understand why so many people wanted to vote for Donald Trump. I would add one other texture thing. It is still true, if you look at a map, and with the decline of local journalism, the dramatic decline of local journalism, newsrooms. I visit newsrooms now that had, 200, 300, 400, 500 reporters, who now have 10, 20 reporters. I mean, I've visited newsrooms. I did an all-hands meeting I'm not going to say which newsroom, and to my amazement, the all-hands meeting took place in like a small.
So part of that is that journalists aren't meeting the needs of their subscribers, their potential subscribers and readers, because they're so ideologically blinkered. I was just looking at the Financial Times the other day, and a columnist noted that Donald Trump is the most influential and significant man of this century, in large part because of his pro-tariff stand, which was unthinkable prior to Donald Trump. Overwhelmingly, the elite sided with the cause of free trade. And now Donald Trump has called for tariffs, has initiated a pivot to China, has become much tougher on China. And we're in 2024. In the first 24 years of this century, Donald Trump appears to be the most significant character.
In the current journalism industry is only caused by the technological and political change in our country, or do you think the media should be responsible to that?
I would argue some of it is our fault. I would argue, by the way, though, that I wouldn't dismiss the fact that we've had the president of the United States now for nearly half a generation beating us up every day, and the people around him. I have a pet theory about why, untested by any, about why we've lost some of our trust. When I started in journalism, newspapers did about 20 things, and 18 of the 20 things were not controversial at all. So when I worked at the Chicago Tribune and lived in Chicago for 6 years, there were people who read the Chicago Tribune and hated much of the Chicago Tribune, but liked Mike Royko. And at the Sun-Times, there were people who hated a lot of the Sun-Times, but they liked Siskel and Ebert. So what happened is, of those 20 things, and I'm oversimplifying it, 2 were controversial, the other 18 were not. All the 18 that were not controversial are gone. When I started, to show my age, you had to look at the newspaper and know whether to take an umbrella out. If you wanted to sell your car, you read the comics. You couldn't get every game, so you watched. If you wanted to know whether your team won, you had to look at the local paper. So even if their editorial position pissed you off, and even in like the Deep South, the Atlanta Constitution, when Gene Patterson was writing these historic columns, people kept reading the Atlanta Constitution because they had to. All the most innocent stuff we did are all gone, leaving us just with the stuff that pisses people off. And I don't think we were prepared for that change. So that's my pet theory. So I do think, but I would also, then I'll add one more thing. We didn't help ourselves. I want to make sure I'm making it clear that I think Donald Trump and the people around him made it worse. We were never transparent. We never talked about what we did. We sort of set ourselves up. We were arrogant. I remember as a young reporter, if a reader called up, I thought, oh my God, why is a reader bothering me? And I think all that stuff accumulated, and I think we have a lot of work to do to sort of rebuild that trust. I always thought Wordle was a step in the direction of rebuilding that. I mean, Wordle and the cooking app for the New York Times. Essentially, all it really is rebuilding the bundle that you used to get in your Sunday paper on your doorstep. And even people who don't like the New York Times, even people who, hate Bret Stephens, play Wordle. So.
Yeah, I mean, there have been major factors that affect trust. I mean, there's no question that, well, first of all, trust has been declining since the 1970s. So the high point was Watergate. And it's been falling ever since, but it's accelerated during the Trump era. But also it accelerated even before that with the internet, with people being able to, with essentially fragmentation of the media market. People can now find a site that affirms their pre-existing point of view. If they have a theory of a conspiracy, they can surely find it on the web. When Antonin Scalia died, I remember I was with my younger brother. I said, I bet you, it was about an hour after he had died, I said, I bet you can find a conspiracy theory that he was murdered right now. And I went online, and sure enough, there it was. And by the way, Donald Trump passed around that conspiracy theory as well.
So it's not just the internet passing around conspiracy theories. The internet provides additional information, and it deconstructs news media accounts so they don't seem nearly as infallible. They don't see nearly as definitive when you can see all sorts of the information sources for the news media account, and then you can read additional information, you can read additional perspectives. And so the more information, the more communication that we have available to us, the more we become suspicious of any one definitive account. It's an example of how we live in a postmodern world. And my understanding of postmodern is rather simple. It's the realization that no one narrative is sufficient to explain the world before us, and that we need multiple narratives, and often these narratives will contradict each other. So it's important, if you want to have a happy old age, that you don't fall, because all sorts of people are thriving into old age. They seem to have their mental faculties, they seem to have a fair amount of physical vigor, but then one fall and they go into dramatic decline. And about 2 weeks ago, Dennis Prager took one such fall. He was immediately rushed to hospital, had emergency back and neck surgery, and now he's come down with pneumonia, and he appears to be largely out of it. This is Julie Hartman talking with his adopted son, Aaron Prager.
Your relationship has evolved now to the place where it is. Absolutely. And he'll say to me all the time, he'll say, I mean, I have to tell you, Aaron, I've only known you for 4 years or 5 years now, and hearing stories of what you were like when you were younger, it's like, it's not even the same person, but he will just say,
hopefully people can take away from it, some positive, and that's the essence of goodness, is trying to impart goodness on other people and helping them.
What do you think he's thinking right now about his situation?
I don't know if he's aware of what's going on, quite frankly, but I mean, hopefully, from what we know is that he's not really aware of much. We're trying to keep him.
Okay, so this is 10 days, nearly 2 weeks after his fall, and that he's been out of it for 10 days, 2 weeks. I didn't realize that.
I'm trying to choose my words carefully here.
Of course.
Just because I don't know, I can't disclose too much of the specifics, but hopefully, I can't speculate as to what he's thinking. What I hope he's thinking is nothing right now. I hope he's just resting, and he's just letting his body heal.
How are you doing?
Right. So I didn't realize that he was pretty much out of it. So one of the things that I learned on Dennis Prager's show that seems applicable now is from his guest psychiatrist, Stephen Marmer. So Dennis Prager initially went to Stephen Marmer for marital counseling. And after their first session, Stephen Marmer realized, I'd much rather be friends with this man than be his therapist. And so Prager and his then wife went somewhere else for their marital therapy, and psychiatrist Stephen Marmer became one of Dennis Prager's best friends in the world. And one day in February, I think February 21, 2010, Dr. Marmer said, we work and rework all the main challenges of development. Every time we do it, we can add to our happiness and reduce our unhappiness, because we get another shot at working at a problem that has come up in the past and will come up again in the future. No problem is ever solved 100%. Imagine you are climbing a spiral staircase in the tower, and each vista there's a window. You get to see the fields from a different angle. There are 4 basic developmental challenges: dependency, mastery, grandiosity, and feeling small in a big world. You will face these challenges over and over. Right? You'll experience them one way in childhood, another way in adolescence, another way in early adulthood, and another way in the geriatric phase. When you're feeling dependent, remember that you once had mastery. When you're feeling grandiose, remember when you were feeling small in a big world. So it's a recipe for balance, of not feeling overwhelmed by any of these 4 stages, because each one of them modifies the other. Usually you can work on developing mastery. So Dennis Prager, before his fall, he was among the 30 most influential talk show hosts and pundits in the world today, in the English-speaking world. And then after his fall, right, he's been completely out of it. So he went from a place of mastery and even grandiosity to being completely helpless. And it's happened to me. I think it first happened when I was about age 25. I got out of bed one night and something happened in my lower back and I could not get back up. And I was alone at the time. My parents were somewhere else. I was crying out for help, but we were living in an isolated part of Northern California. Nobody could hear me. And it took me about an hour to roll onto one side and to push myself up and get back into bed. It was the first time my back had ever gone out on me. But then it would happen about once a year or so. And I would be reduced to absolute dependency. There are times I could not lift my foot more than an inch above the ground. I could only shuffle. And this problem would always go away after about 3 days. But to be struck by absolute dependency is frightening. I was planning on doing this show last night. And then as the afternoon wore on, a headache just grew and grew. So by about 5 p.m., I was just moaning. I was just lying on the floor like, oh, God, oh, God. I was just feeling so incredibly sick and just could not do a show, could not do anything, just lying there. And had a really good night's sleep. I got up at 5 a.m. The headache's gone. I'm on the path to recovery, but I had no idea if this was going to start a week or 10 days of illness. I don't know what happened, but I went from planning a show in my head to just being rendered absolutely helpless. And it can hit any of us at any time, right? The best laid plans of mice and men. Think about Matt Gaetz, right? At one moment, he's thinking of becoming the Attorney General of the United States. And the next moment, he is making $500 videos on Cameo.
Hours of this man's life. Can you imagine going from thinking you were going to be the Attorney General and then you're on Cameo wishing people a happy birthday? Is this really true? Is he really on Cameo? He's charging $500 to make bespoke fan videos on the Cameo. If you don't know what Cameo is, Cameo, and no shade to anyone who's on Cameo, by the way, but Cameo is not ideal. It's not the ideal career setup is to be on Cameo, getting random requests for birthday messages and then having to fulfill them for money. Now, there's a lot of talented people on it and blah, 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 whatever disclaimer you want. I will never do it. I don't care how desperate I am. I will never do it. I will defect to a foreign country. I will do anything but Cameo. Why didn't he just go back to driving the minors over the state lines? Why are you on Cameo? Have you no dignity? I mean, say what you want. Can you imagine, say what you want about Ghislaine. Do you think Ghislaine Maxwell would want to be out of jail right now so that bitch could be like, hello, hi, Teresa, happy birthday. It's Ghislaine Maxwell. Your friend Lauren sent in a request here on Cameo, and she wants you to know that you're gorgeous, darling. You don't look a day over 38. The view of the intercontinental ballistic missile used today by Russia with multiple re-entry warheads on a city in Ukraine. It's possibly the first use of an ICBM in the history of war. Take a look at this. It is a beautiful, and by the way, send this to everyone as an e-card for Thanksgiving. Send it to them as an e-card for Thanksgiving. Take a look.
I'm against using ICBMs.
Can you play non-copyrighted holiday music while this happens?
Yeah, I'll put it up on YouTube.
Because I think it's about attitude, and I think it's about the way we present something. I don't think it's about the raw facts. I think it's all the way you look at it. Perspective is reality. Is there a way to make Russia firing an ICBM, can we make it feel jolly? Can we make it feel nice? Do we have to focus on the negative aspects of it? You know, I mean, listen, remember when they were running articles in New York Times going, you know, nuclear war has some benefits and maybe everybody should get over their fear of nuclear war. And we're going to pull that article up in a minute, but they're genuinely sick people who are saying, well, nuclear war maybe wouldn't be the worst thing. So here we're going to play a little non-copyrighted Christmas music. Ooh, I like that. Now get the ICBM up. Well, this is nice. Now it feels like the Christmas show. This doesn't scare me anymore. It feels like a light show for the holidays. Keep playing that missile. I like this missile. This is a holiday missile. This is not a bad missile at all. What if they did it and it lit up the sky with like Frosty the Snowman? It's all about the way you look at it, folks. Nuclear war is a good reset. I think people in this country have decided in small rooms or in forests or wherever they meet and talk that nuclear war is actually a nice reset. It might get rid of a few of you mouth breathers who keep complaining you don't have enough money for canned food. All right, we'll get rid of this. Get that article up. I think it was from the New York Times because it's just a fun article. You have to realize how wild and sick people are. It was basically an article saying, and this was the beginning of, no, it's not about kids. And there's too many Italians on social media. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's disgusting. There's too many people, well, you ever heard of meatballs? What is this? It's 2025. We got rockets firing into outer space. And there's people apparently that haven't heard about lasagna. Friends, I grew up with people like this. They don't have an inner life. They do not have critical thoughts. There are some families like this. They're good looking. They ski. They're happier. They're better. I'm not insulting them here. I mean, you know, it gets frustrating talking to them, and obviously the great art doesn't come from them or anything. Great anything doesn't come from them. Except you do have a really good group of people to get drunk with because there's nothing in there that's going to come out that's going to scare anyone. It is a very surface.
So I grew up as Seventh-day Adventist. I did not grow up among drinkers. And so it was a revelation to me what would happen to people as they would become intoxicated. And some people would become really mean and nasty, and other people would just get increasingly amiable and nice.
This level, nice thing. Let's go skiing. Everybody's kind of in good shape. Everybody loves each other. But my family, you know, when we really start drinking, people want to destroy each other. Not only each other in the present, but in the past. They want to destroy people's sense of history. They want to, you know, we're Irish. So we start like, you know, telling you that dead people hate you. My family will tell you that dead people you thought loved you actually hate you. That's the difference. It's very different than a family that's like, well, the slopes were beautiful today. It was like cutting through, you know, and then you're all sitting there in the lodge and, you know, maybe your dad shows a TikTok video and you're all giggling and it's good. You go, what's going on in this world? And it's fun and it's nice. But when my family drinks, there's a different thing.
This game has a real shock to me. The different reactions that people would have to getting intoxicated. Good column here in the Financial Times. The Trump vibe shift was there for all to see. Voters didn't enter the polling booths holding their noses. They went in there with their eyes wide open. And this columnist talks about a social event where she met this highly progressive left-wing woman who pulls her aside and says, Donald Trump, the thing is, I love him. And this is a woman on the left side of the political spectrum. She told me what it was about Donald Trump that she found so compelling. His punk outsider status, his funniness, the fact that he's unafraid to say what he really feels, that he's anti-war and anti-establishment. Right. In 2016, Trump's victory came as a shock, but now there was evidence all to see in the culture that Donald Trump was increasingly popular, that he kept raising the ceiling of his favorability ratings. So one Democrat says to me last week, last time he won, nobody knew what we'd be getting. This time it's like, wow, okay, you people actually want this. True. People actually want this. Funny comment here from John Podhoretz.
We had our commentary roast. We roast a notable figure in America or, you know, among American Jewry, whatever.
And so this year, their beneficiary, their honoree, was Natan Sharansky, the Jewish refusenik who stood up against Soviet communism and then has become an Israeli politician.
This is something we've been doing for 14 years now. It's our major fundraiser. And this year, the challenge was set very high because we decided to roast Natan Sharansky, the Man who spent 9 years in the Gulag for the crime of wanting to emigrate to Israel from the Soviet Union, and then got out, went to Israel, has been a sterling figure for the last 40 years. Many people think he is the greatest living Jewish hero. And so the joke of the roast was, how do you roast Natan Sharansky? And our columnist, Rabbi Meir Soloveichik, who is in commentary every month with his Jewish commentary column, and is one of the wittiest men alive, turned to me and said, of course I agreed to speak at this event, because when will a rabbi ever not to accept an invitation to speak? But in trying to think of how on earth I'm supposed to roast Natan Sharansky, I find myself silent. I can think of nothing to criticize him for in any way, shape, or form, and I didn't know what to say. So I dug back into time immemorial through the great moments in Jewish history, and I found the thing that we say when there is nothing else that we know how to say. I come from a middle-class family.
It brought down the house too. Oh,
and it was a genuinely great moment. And that thing, like in 2 years, you're going to say, Kamala Harris, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
What the hell happened there? How did this happen? And
it already feels like that, though.
What?
Doesn't it? It already feels that way.
Totally feels that way. And I was going to say, argument against interest is that we obviously not fans of the Biden administration in almost any way. I mean, I honestly cannot think of a single thing that I think the Biden administration did, with the exception of
our East Asian alliances.
Okay,
that's the one.
Okay.
I give him that.
Okay,
that's the one thing.
Okay, but not our ideological, strategic, tactical, pro-American, whatever cup of tea. And when in the beginning of January 2023, we began saying there is something wrong with the president, there is something off about the president.
There's something about the Ashkenazi discussion style. So Ashkenazim not only have high verbal intelligence, they also have more outgoing personalities. They are more emotionally volatile than, say, your Northern European. And they have very low rates of violent crime, but they are often incredibly violent and vicious in their rhetorical style. And nobody perhaps embodies this better than John Podhoretz, who's incredibly compelling, even though I don't like so much of what he has to say. But what he has to say is just phrased in such a compelling manner.
He is not acting like a person who is fully in control of his faculties. You people would have easily, if they were paying attention, dismissed us as being partisan or, ideologically hostile. And so we were going with this cheap argument about his cognitive decline and all of that. And I feel like we could have saved the Democratic Party if they had listened to us. And I mean, we weren't the only people saying it. I'm not saying that. Obviously, there was a candidacy.
Voters were telling them this in polls.
Yeah, 66% of the American people said he's too old. You need to run somebody else. Something like that. But I mean, we were sort of documenting it. People were documenting it, and the gaslighting was pretty amazing. I mean, Joe Scarborough went to see the president in April of 2024 and said he'd never seen anybody sharper. This was before he would crawl on his hands and knees to Mar-a-Lago to lick Donald Trump's boot after Trump winning the election, because when you sell your soul in this way, you can keep reselling it. But I mean,
okay, devastating John Podhoretz. I've never regretted listening to Erik Prince. So let's listen a little bit here to Erik Prince.
I'm back with former Navy SEAL officer and the founder of Blackwater, Erik Prince. Erik, the last time you joined me, we were talking about the epic failures of the Secret Service protecting President Trump. What are you feeling today, and what does President Trump need to do in these next 2 months before taking office for best protection?
Well, the one thing that the Ukraine war has done is really accelerated warfare, the development of drone technology. And so now really the threat is not just a guy, an assassin with a rifle, it's an assassin with a drone that can launch it from beyond visual range, 10, 15, 20 kilometers away. I still recommend, the Secret Service has put their very, very finest resources around President Trump now. I still would recommend that they be augmented by some military people from JSOC, from the SEAL Team 6, Delta Force level community, because I think it takes a hunter to spot a hunter.
There's no way.
And you want people that are predators to look to see all the ways that they were to try to kill.
So if you're going to read one book on the United States Secret Service, Make It a Zero Fail, The Rise and Fall of the Secret Service by Carol Leonig, leading Washington Post journalist. And near the beginning of the book, there's an anecdote told by someone who's devoted his adult life to the Secret Service. And one time he was talking to a U.S. Navy SEAL, and he pushed the U.S. Navy SEAL to tell him, what does he think of the job that the Secret Service is doing? And the Navy SEAL says, whenever anyone gets serious about killing the president, then the Secret Service will be clearly shown to be completely inadequate. And so this is what Erik Prince is touching on here, that with a serious threat, such as with a drone, with highly trained professionals, the Secret Service will be almost useless.
The president to figure out how to block those. And
so what would Dan Bongino be like as a head of the U.S. Secret Service?
Look, the risks have never been higher between cartels, Iranians, and other foreign adversaries. We need President Trump alive. We need it for our constitutional process. And I hope, I understand there's been a memo circulated asking for that, and I hope the current Secret Service leadership will accept that. Unfortunately, President Trump doesn't get to decide that until he takes over.
And you just, speaking of threats, you just mentioned the nuclear threat from Russia a moment ago.
Yes, very real, very dangerous.
Erik, we've got to talk more about that. We appreciate your time this morning, Erik. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Erik Prince joining us.
Right. So when you have a serious threat to the president, trained assassins, right, a trained team, the U.S. Secret Service is not going to be up to that task. I think the most important thing that I've listened to over the past week has been, believe it or not, from Ezra Klein. I didn't expect to be from Ezra Klein, but here we go.
In any political moment where the rage collects, where the opposition rallies, tells you a lot. Behind Matt Gaetz, the liberals I know have been far angrier about the choice of RFK Jr. to lead the Department of Health and Human Services than any of Trump's other picks. Which is strange because the distance between most Democrats and RFK Jr. is a lot smaller than between them and most of the people Trump or the Republicans are naming. RFK Jr. was a Democrat until, the end of 2023? And yes, he is a vaccine skeptic, part of a broader set of beliefs that corporations.
Okay, I want to get the start of Howard Kurtz.
Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski, who spent years denouncing, eviscerating, and attacking Donald Trump on their MSNBC show, breaking the news to their largely liberal audience.
Joe and I went to Mar-a-Lago to meet personally with President-elect Trump. It was the first time we have seen him in 7 years.
We didn't see eye to eye on a lot of issues, and we told him so.
What we did agree on was to restart communications. Joe and I realized it's time to do something different, and that starts with not only talking about Donald Trump, but also talking with him.
Look, what television host wouldn't want to talk to the incoming president of the United States who praised the meeting? How would another 4 years as part of the resistance help anyone? Why not occasionally get President Trump's side of the story? This is what the morning show sounded like in the past.
He is running to end American democracy as we know it. He's an authoritarian. This is not a reach. I could go back and talk about Nazi Germany, and I do it without any concerns whatsoever.
Yet the Morning Joe co-hosts were almost apologetic about their truce with Trump.
Don't be mistaken. We're not here to defend or normalize Donald Trump. We're here to report on him.
But the married couple is getting bashed from the right as well as the left, even getting mocked by The Daily Show.
And for those asking why we would go speak to the president-elect during such fraught times, especially between us, I guess I would ask back, why wouldn't we?
Because you said he was Hitler.
I don't think you need to sit down for 90 minutes at Mar-a-Lago and kiss his ring to be able to speak truth and to be able to cover a story.
How does this call go, right? Like, oh, hey, Don, okay, so I'm sorry I called you a Nazi for years and like Hitler, but you want to grab coffee, maybe lunch?
I'm sure declining ratings may be a factor, but Scarborough, who's not on Twitter, said the next day he was happy.
Yesterday, I saw for the first time what a massive disconnect there was between social media and the real world, because we were flooded with phone calls from people all day, literally around the world. Very positive, very supportive, going, understand what you do, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
And Mika said this on the Daily Beast podcast.
I've been surprised at the backlash, and the way I look at it is people are really scared.
Trump now says he'll reach out even to hostile media outlets to try to mend fences. I'm Howard Kurtz, and this is Media Buzz.
I agree with Morning Joe. Why would they not want to try to restart a relationship? We all say crazy things under stress.
Matt Gaetz' melodrama is over. The former congressman pulled the plug on his nomination as Attorney General after President Trump told him he didn't have the votes, as the media kept reporting new developments. An unidentified hacker obtained the House Ethics Committee files. ABC broke the story that Gaetz paid $10,000 to two women who testified before the ethics panel about attending drug-fueled parties with Gaetz, with such questionable notes as tuition reimbursement, being awesome, and extra for you. Lawyer Joel Leopard, representing women accusing Gaetz of sexual misconduct, he denies vehemently any wrongdoing, has been making the network rounds.
She arrived at the party. She had sex with Representative Gaetz within minutes of her arrival. Later on, when she was walking out to the pool area, she observed to her right Representative Gaetz having sex with her friend, who was 17 at the time.
After Gaetz met with various senators, Trump praised him for avoiding the distraction he had obviously become. If the things that the House ethics report were true, would be under indictment. I would be under indictment, he said, and probably in a prison cell. But of course, they're false, he said in a podcast. And Trump named Pam Bondi, the former Attorney General of Florida, a career prosecutor and a longtime loyalist, as Gaetz' replacement.
Remember, Gaetz was investigated by Biden's Department of Justice for 2 years, and they didn't bring a single charge. It was about dirtying him up. Now that Gaetz is out, the DOJ's high-fiving.
Choosing Matt Gaetz for this job was a dumb move. It was an unforced error.
This is an abrupt end to the frightening prospect of Gaetz leading the Department of Justice.
I think Matt Gaetz, who saw that politically it was becoming untenable.
The Gaetz have fallen. Gaetz withdrew from the nomination 45 minutes after a CNN reporter called to say that CNN was going to report that the House Ethics Committee had told the reporter that there was, in fact, a second alleged sexual encounter between Gaetz and that 17-year-old girl back in 2017. That's called statutory rape.
Joining us now to analyze the coverage, Ben.
All right, this was absolutely ridiculous on the part of Donald Trump that he would even nominate Matt Gaetz for this position. Does not speak well of Trump team's judgment. Ben Dominic led the charge against Matt Gaetz.
Drug-addicted piece of S with the ethics of a hobo. Your reaction to the abrupt withdrawal?
Well, I apologize, Howie, for having you have to avoid the various insults that I actually laid against.
We cleaned it up a little bit.
Yeah, Representative Gaetz. Look, this was obviously a huge mistake. And one of the things I will say is, Donald Trump is actually, from my perspective, and I realize that I'm perhaps out of sync with people on this, I've actually been impressed with a lot of his cabinet picks. I think that they're, outsiders who have communications backgrounds that are going to be very useful to the president when they go into these roles.
That's a great point. Donald Trump has picked a cabinet of podcasters, right? A cabinet of people who are highly effective at communicating the message. They're good on TV. Now, are they very good at running things? Well, perhaps they can have deputies who do the running of things while Trump's cabinet picks the face of the Trump administration and are out there making effective arguments on TV.
But Matt Gaetz is someone who is not just unqualified for this job. He's unqualified to be your babysitter. He is unqualified to do any kind of work for you. He's unqualified to do any job. This is a man who has proven himself time.
All right, I completely disagree with this. Morality is domain specific. So even if Matt Gaetz paid 17-year-olds to have sex with him, that doesn't mean that he could not be highly effective in certain jobs, in certain tasks. right? So the person who exercises great sexual discipline doesn't necessarily exercise great verbal discipline or great financial discipline. Morality domain specific. People can be solid with their finances and reckless in their speech or in their sex lives, or reckless with whom they associate. So Ben Dominic is trying to make an overall holistic denigration of Matt Gaetz, and it simply doesn't hold. Matt Gaetz is really good at some things, and he's terrible at other things. It all depends on the situation that Matt Gaetz might face.
Time and again, to be someone who is not qualified to do these things in any trustworthy manner because of the past actions that he's done repeatedly. And
right, repeatedly having sex with 17-year-olds does not mean that you're untrustworthy in other things. It means that you have poor judgment in the area of your sex life. So Matt Gaetz practiced law for, I think, 2 years. He was manifestly unqualified to lead the Department of Justice, but he's very intelligent, and he can be very effective when he wants to be.
Boasted about on the House floor to other members. Here's the thing. He is trying to spin this into some situation where it's the deep state that was lined up.
Okay, Ben Dominic, a little unhinged on Matt Gaetz. All right, the most important thing I've listened to in the past week, believe it or not, is this Ezra Klein podcast.
Corporations are poisoning our health to line their pockets. But that used to be a recognizable wing of the Democratic Party. I grew up around that Democratic Party. And RFK Jr., he holds a lot of positions most Democrats do hold, like he's pro-choice. Who'd have thought Trump would name a pro-choice HHS secretary? My point is not to dismiss or downplay the danger RFK Jr. could cause. My point is not that I want him at HHS. I don't. I want an Operation Warp Speed for everything. Operation Warp Speed, to me, was the one policy you simply could not deny that Donald Trump got right. You had to hand it to him. Saved a huge number of lives at a very low cost.
So Operation Warp Speed was the record time that the United States was able to get safe, effective vaccines for the coronavirus.
That is the one policy he is razing to the ground and disowning, salting the earth over. I think it's true.
Well, he's doing that because that's the direction of his supporters. This is an example of Donald Trump taking his cues from his supporters.
This is a disaster. But both the pick and the reaction are revealing as to what...
There's a price to pay when Republicans become the low IQ party. So Democrats are the high IQ party. Democrats are the party of the professionals and those people who lead institutions. And the Republican Party and its rhetoric has increasingly gone low IQ, which sometimes have benefits because often you need a higher IQ to justify and explain ridiculous policies such as diversity, equity, and inclusion, or the case for socialism. On the other hand, when you become the low IQ party, you're more likely to nominate relatively low IQ people for important positions. This is the downside.
What the parties are really about now. Democrats are angrier about RFK Jr. than they would have been about a well-credentialed, pro-life, anti-Medicaid pick, a normal Republican, the kind of person Ron DeSantis would have named. And they're angry because Democrats right now prioritize respect for institutions and expertise. In this House, we believe science is real. And under Trump, Republicans have become the opposite kind of party. In this House, we believe science is woke and corrupted by DEI. What we are polarized over has changed. What our politics is about has changed. The core conflict right now, the irresolvable one, the ones the two parties will not compromise on, is over institutions. Democrats staff and defend them. Republicans loathe and seek to raze them to the ground, seek to take them over and turn them to their own ends. That's how you got Kamala Harris campaigning with Liz Cheney and Donald Trump choosing the kookiest Kennedy for one of the most important positions in government. And I think this is really bad. It's bad for the institutions, which are now under extraordinary danger when Republicans get elected. But it's also bad for the institutions because they face a different kind of danger when Democrats are elected. They face a danger that Democrats are too quick to defend and fortify them, even when they don't work. The Democrats are often committed to the institution in name, to the process as it exists.
So Franklin Foer wrote the most highly regarded book on the Joe Biden administration, and never once in it, nor in any of the books we've had on the Biden administration yet, do the authors discuss Biden's obvious cognitive decline into senility, nor his ability to handle an average workload. This was completely missed in all the books on the Joe Biden administration. Now Franklin Foer is out with an Atlantic magazine essay Trump is building the most anti-Semitic cabinet in decades, right? Never before have we had a cabinet that dabbles in the oldest conspiracy theory of them all, a belief that Jews control the world. So we both have the most pro-Israel cabinet ever, and according to Franklin Foer, the most anti-Semitic cabinet ever. I think we've got some cranks in the cabinet, and sometimes saying that Jews control the world is a vast overstatement for simply noting that Jews in certain sectors of the world exercise disproportionate influence, right? Jews have long exercised, in comparison to their numbers in the general population, disproportionate influence in Wall Street and in the entertainment industry, particularly Hollywood, the film industry, and noting that there are some industries where Jews exercise disproportionate influence is not nearly the same as arguing that Jews control the world.
As opposed to the outcomes the institution is supposed to deliver. I'm worried about the inability to affordably and quickly build homes, build trains, deliver services, permit clean energy, fund science without burying it in bureaucracy and process. I'm worried about how absent the huge accomplishments of the Biden administration, the Inflation Reduction Act, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, how absent they are in people's lives, in part because of the way government works and spends and delivers under Democrats is very slow. If you look at the election, Democrats lost the most support in blue states and blue cities. They lost the most support in the places where people are most exposed to democratic governance and, democratic institutions. I always find this amazing. The first contract to build the New York subways was awarded in 1900. 4 years later, 4 years, the first 28 stations opened. Compare that to now. In 2009, Democrats passed the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, pumping billions into high-speed rail. 15 years later, you cannot board a high-speed train funded by that bill anywhere in the country.
Great points there by Ezra Klein. Terrific article in The Atlantic magazine, September 12, the HR-ification of the Democratic Party. So the party of norms, procedure, bureaucracy, DEI initiatives, rule following, language policing, and compliance. Kamala Harris and the Democrats sold themselves as the party of change, freedom, and not being weird, but many American voters saw them instead as prigs, Stepford wives, morons, and condescending smarty pants. Democrats didn't actually embody all of these shortcomings separately or simultaneously. It's difficult to be both smart and dumb, seductive and prudish. But the Democratic Party now resembles the most American of institutions, the HR department. Remember, if you're a worker, the HR department is not on your side, does not represent your interests, it represents the interests of the employer. Like human resources, the Democrats are a party of norms, meaning right and wrong, acceptable and unacceptable speech and behavior, procedure, bureaucracy, DEI initiatives, rule following, language policing, and compliance. I remember once at work, I was just getting to know my coworkers, and I mentioned that I was 1/16 Chinese, and then I indicated the somewhat slanted nature of my eyes, and this woman said, "Well, that's not at all offensive." My God. So in the same way that an HR manager might respond when asked for clarity, Kamala Harris frequently speaks in the lexicon of loyally avoidance. Democrats banked on the idea that classic mummy party traits, nurturing, fretting about life's dangers, would appeal to voters worried about the chaos of Trump. Instead, their warnings came across as scolding, while Donald Trump's wild antics were either embraced by his party as a selling point or dismissed as the harmless byproduct of his showmanship. To his followers, Donald J. Trump, CEO, fits a heroic and masculine frame. To his detractors, he is a villain, yet he is always the protagonist. The cultural space that the HR department occupies, however, carries with it no archetype at all. HR is mainly reactive and often overly cautious. So the one thing most likely to get you fired in the United States is to become seen as any kind of liability. So you can be a low productive worker and a high productive worker who creates some sort of liability for his employers will be fired well in advance of the low productivity worker. So this function, right, trying to reduce risk, serves as a careful, mild check on excessive behavior, and at worst as a fussy and fear-based obstacle that distorts the company's culture and prevents people from achieving their mission. So I've often gone above and beyond for my employer, but in so doing, I violated some HR rule and got myself in trouble and fired when I was just trying to act in the best interest of my employer. Trump famously hates to be told what to do. The HR department exists to do exactly that. HR departments also have a reputation of being haters of fun. The Donald Trump campaign was far more fun than the Kamala Harris campaign. 2016, the Democrats knew that Trump was seen as the more affable candidate. This wasn't difficult. Despite her many qualifications, Hillary Clinton had a reputation for being loyally, not playful. More recently, a Democratic operative told me the party had learned its lesson from Clinton's run. It had consciously sought to brand Harris's latest campaign as joyful. Well, that fell short. It's impossible to convince a skeptic that you are the party of fun when you are also the party accused of and sometimes engaged in taking beloved things away, such as gas stoves and cows come to mind because it's good for humanity. Michael Scott, who is Steve Carell's character in The Office, once said to Toby Flenderson, the HR representative on the show, "Why are you the way you are? Every time I try to do something fun or exciting, you make it not that way. I hate so much about the things that you choose to be." Michael Scott might be a buffoon, but Toby Flenderson is a killjoy, which is precisely how many voters see the Democrats. They've Flendersoned themselves. There's no heroism in HR, just the hemming in of behavior. The Democrats should want the vote of Michael Scott and not be satisfied with only achieving the support of rule-following, overachieving Leslie Knope. Democrats will tell you that they are the way they are because they try to help Americans, because they know what's best, because they are the party of nurturance and safety. But this was no more convincing to voters than a corporation's insistence that the HR department exists to help employees. No one believes that. HR departments work for the people who hold the power. They reinforce the company line. To quote from a headline from the Society of Human Resource Management, HR doesn't exist to help employees. And you've heard echoes of this admission from prominent Democrats, left and center-left alike. The party has turned its back on workers. Because they are not stupid, workers and voters pick up the whiff of the old okey doke. When they are sold policies and procedures, they are told are for their own good, but are quite obviously more beneficial to those higher up on the organization chart. Just as the savvy worker views an intervention from HR with suspicion, how many people look forward to getting caught into HR? Any voter who is paying attention will regard a party known for its past class betrayals with great skepticism. The HR professional is likely to be a college-educated, younger than the median worker, and wealthier than the average American. Right, 75% of HR professionals are women, more likely to be black or Hispanic. HR workers are more likely to be Democrats. All right, they gave about 20 donations for Kamala Harris to every one for the Trump campaign from HR professionals. All right, HR does serve a useful purpose. It is the arm of the corporation. All right, but HR just can feel stifling. Its stultifying, small-ball, rule-bound persnicketiness of the Democratic Party has become a huge turnoff. People don't want to feel they're being told what they can and cannot say. People are tired of a culture of working on eggshells. Right? A presidential election is really a quadrennial performance review of an entire nation.
So yeah, I'm worried about our institutions. I'm angry at our institutions. I don't want to defend them. I want them to work. In this house, on this podcast, we believe government should deliver fast, affordably, reliably. We believe institutions should work. They should build trust rather than spending it. And so I don't want to see Democrats become a party of the institutional status quo. And that is a political necessity too. Democrats left.
And Colin Liddell says in the chat, Trump's win is about as significant as Kamala Harris is a brilliant candidate choice. Not very. As for his cabinet picks, looks very much a case of driving boomer senility out the front door while it creeps in at the back door. America's large size and the consequent low info of its voters predispose America towards older and therefore more senile politicians.
A huge opening for the right by refusing to admit what so many Americans constantly see and feel. The institutions that have power over them are often doing a really bad job. And if you don't get good, well-grounded critics and reformers, what you'll get is bad ones. If Democrats don't have an answer to at least some of what went wrong during the pandemic, then you get someone like RFK Jr. This is not one of those shows.
So I hate the Pete Hegseth pick for Secretary of Defense.
Controversial nominee, but also may bring in more scrutiny. Pete Hegseth, the decorated Army combat veteran, left his job as a weekend co-host on Fox and Friends after Trump picked him to run the Pentagon. The incoming president did not know that Hegseth had paid off a woman who accused him of sexual assault back in 2017. He insists the encounter was consensual as part of a non-disclosure agreement.
Did you sexually assault a woman in Monterey, California?
I have, as far as the media is concerned, I'll keep this very simple. The matter was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared, and that's where I'm going to leave it.
Now, the left-wing swamp seems to be going after Pete Hegseth over some allegations concerning an episode that occurred 7 years ago. Hegseth knows the military very well. He himself was a warrior, so should be confirmed.
So Warren Beatty has had a ton of extra sex, right? He's had thousands of sex partners. Jack Nicholson has had thousands of sex partners. I would think most professional athletes have had hundreds of sex partners. So how do they get away with rampant amounts of promiscuity while it trips up other people, right? What is the discretion and discipline that allows some people to engage in sexual promiscuity without seemingly any harm to their reputation?
Routinely.
Hegseth said the encounter was consensual, but the woman told police that he blocked her from leaving a hotel room and then he went on to sexually assault her.
CNN did encounter this woman. We contacted the woman known here as Jane Doe last week. She declined to comment to CNN, but when our team, showed up, she broke down in tears.
Ben, it's true that the local DA brought no charges, but the media coverage really turned negative when Hegseth's own lawyer acknowledged that he had paid off this woman who later accused him of sexual assault and having her sign an NDA. Nevertheless, the view in Trump world is that Hegseth will probably get through and the other nominees might be more problematic.
Howie, I've known Pete Hegseth for 12 years. I appreciate him. I like him. I've never had a negative experience with him in my life. And, I know nothing about this case, but I will say that, Pete is one of the nicest people in media that I've ever met. And he's someone who both my wife and I, appreciate for his candor, his, frankly, his loving affection for his family. And one of the things that I would just say about this is, everything is going to come out when you put yourself forward for one of these positions. He had to know that this is going to be something that's going to come out. I wish perhaps he had done a little bit more work ahead of time to deal with that fact. But, my brother, who is an Army major, and my sister, who worked for multiple secretaries of defense, they both like Pete, and they think that he would be a good person to have within that job, within the Department of Defense, which needs so much of a change, needs so much reform, and needs the perspective of someone who has actually served in recent years.
Well served with honor.
So Pete Hegseth has 2 Ivy League degrees, right? He's a smart guy. He's published something like 5 books. And from the excerpts of them that I've read quoted in the news media, they just sound silly. It feels like MAGA has dumbed Pete Hegseth down. All right, back to Ezra Klein's thoughtful critique.
It can offer a clean, easy answer to a hard problem. This is me doing some thinking aloud with some people I respect. Stephen Pellis is a political scientist at Johns Hopkins and a senior fellow before the election. And one of the things he said to me was that American politics was polarizing around something different than it usually does, something different than people are used to. What is that?
Well, as I've been thinking about it, when people think about class, they usually think about it in terms of who your employer is and who the employee is, and class is really that difference between who owns capital and who's labor. And I've increasingly been thinking about another dimension of class, which is about who are the sort of objects and the subjects of professional authority. Who are the people who are on the receiving end of our professions and who are the people who actually run them? And that does not entirely overlap with the classic ways we think about class. So if you think about going back to COVID, for example, there was a class divide between the people who were sending their kids to school, who wanted to work, and the people who were closing down schools, or the teachers who didn't want to go to school. That's a kind of cultural class dimension that hasn't entirely taken over the more classic economic class dimension, but I think is an increasingly big part of our politics, is really about these sort of professional elites, which are different than some of the more classic economic elites.
I keep thinking, Steve, about this Pew survey I saw. And it was a survey of attitudes towards 16 federal agencies. And on all the ones that you would expect, Democratic support was way higher than Republican support. But it was higher for every single federal agency. That included the Department of Homeland Security, the VA, the CIA, right? These things that I think traditionally in American politics have been right-coded. How do you think that happened?
Well, this is really a kind of longer-term story about how Americans think about institutions, and in particular, where they think institutions fit in our larger party system. And
the most thoughtful op-ed columnist in a major elite publication that I'm aware of right now is Ross Douthat. And on November 16th, he wrote a column, "The post-Cold War era has ended, not going back. We are exiting the liberal democratic age. We are entering an autocratic or at least authoritarian American future." Right? We're not going back. We are not returning to the narrowing of political debate that characterized the world after 1989. Well, I would say that's characterized the world after 1945. Right? After 1945, it became socially inadmissible to discuss politics in racial terms, which is the normal default human condition. Our normal default is a highly tribal worldview favorable to people who are genetically similar to ourselves, right? The racial national component of politics is the human default. But that became socially unacceptable after 1945 and the defeat of Hitler. So we had a particular narrowing of political discussion after 1989. We had largely converging worldviews of the Reaganite center-right and the Clinton-Blairite center-left. Right? We had two largely like-minded political parties, and politics was about budgeting and not much else. Culture wars were settled on whatever terms the liberal professional class deemed suitable, and ideology largely retreated to academic monasteries and religion to the private sphere. And describing this narrowed post-World Cold War order in 2014, Columbia's Mark Leela wrote, "They're trying to convey to his students the grand drama of political and intellectual life from 1789 to 1989 often left him feeling like a blind poet singing of lost Atlantis." So the realm of the political has been steadily decreased up until the age of Trump. And so more and more decisions were left in the hands of unelected experts. But now the lost drama of the political has returned. We've got far-left ideology spilling out of the academy into the real world. We've got far-right ideology taking over parts of the internet. We've got the COVID era reviving all sorts of dormant paranoias. We've got people who are expecting normalcy and consistently ambushed by radicalism. And some of these ideas are just play acting, but other changes seem more fundamental. Democratic politicians largely have embraced wokeness. Right? Populism has replaced conservatism. Issues such as mass immigration have become a permanent source of political division. So after World War II, issues of immigration were largely removed from the political. Right? There was usually a tacit agreement among the major parties in first world nations not to campaign on the issue of immigration until Trump. Right? We're not going back to a world where there is a set of trusted truth-mediating institutions, where we have a core source of news and information that everyone recognizes and trusts. We're not going to return to a world of a mainstream argument and opinion shaping that sets the Overton window, the parameters of debate. So the internet began this disruptive work. But then for a while, it appeared that digital life would bring about some kind of establishment consensus. You had just a few big tech companies that would try to steward online interaction. They all shared a certain set of values. They all, for example, deplatformed Donald Trump in late January of 2021. And 3 years before that, they all deplatformed Alex Jones pretty much on the same day. And we had an establishment that was regulated into existence with Google and Twitter and Facebook taking the place of CBS, ABC, and NBC, the major three American networks. And this was the hope of the anti-disinformation liberals, a source of anxiety for populists and libertarians. And initially, I thought the first election of Donald Trump would bring about an expansion of free speech, but we saw in reaction to Donald Trump's election that there was a steady restriction of speech all through the Trump presidency, and it became particularly squelched after January 6th, but there was a steady march of restrictions in speech, particularly after Charlottesville in 2018, right? So by late 2018, 2019, 2020, heading into 2021, right, we experienced less and less free speech on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Twitter. But now, right, Twitter has been taken over by Elon Musk, and YouTube and Facebook have in many ways loosened up what you can talk about. So you can argue about vaccines and their effectiveness. You can argue about the legitimacy of voter fraud and elections. You can discuss all of this now once again on the major social media platforms, most openly on X, Twitter, but now also on YouTube and Facebook. So in the 2024 election, we had two candidates chasing an array of niche audiences. They were foraging for votes in the wilderness of podcasts, the shifting sands of TikTok, and the remains of the mainstream media. They tried to impose narratives that were irrelevant to the results of the election. Right? Think about the news media furor around the joke here, as described as a racist joke about Puerto Ricans. There was nothing racist about it, just described it as an island of garbage, and Puerto Rico does have significant garbage problems. And the news media focused on that joke for the last 10 days of the election, ended up having zero impact how Puerto Ricans voted. So we're now experiencing a radical information fracture. People are disappearing into a variety of personalized information bubbles. And over the past 4 years, it's clear we are not going back to a world of unchallenged American privacy or a liberal international order, right? We're now entering the Trump order, where America is much more strategic about its efforts to intervene overseas. Right. So for a while, the Biden era briefly encouraged the opposite hope. When Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine failed in its initial thrust, the United States rallied a sweeping and punitive economic response. It was briefly possible to believe that the slippage of American world power and intervention was about to be reversed, that a muscular 1990s era liberalism was about to have its day again. But now it's clear that is not true. Right? Our economic warfare against Russia has failed. It's helped to forge a more coherent Sino-Russia, North Korea, Iranian economic bloc. So we're now in an age of sustained conflict. The world of globalization under American leadership has given way to a world of competing economic blocs, to regionally specific forms of authoritarianism. We're in a steep decline of birth rates. People are experiencing the digital world, and downstream from that, we're seeing a decline in socializing, in marriages, in relationships, and in just sex. Right? You see perhaps one grim terminus of the modern trend toward consumerist individualism. Right? We are leaving behind a world where social liberalism is always at the vanguard, where the expansion of cultural individualism is assumed to be identical with human progress. And there's a very good reason that this is not true, because usually a group strategy will outcompete an individualist strategy, and a life where you have strong ties to other people and you're a part of a community will be a much happier and more effective life for most people, rather than a strictly individualized life. So what we see right now, we're seeing trends that will favor religiosity over secularism, Orthodox Jews over the modern Jews, the Amish over their modern neighbors, and trads of all kind will outcompete more lukewarm and amorphous kinds of spirituality. Right, we'll see traditionalism competing with transhumanism. In 1989, we had Francis Fukuyama announce the end of history. Well, history is back. It's not that liberalism is finished. It's just beset and contested in new ways. It is no longer the clear vanguard force in human history. Is the American age over? No. We will see the United States exerting greater economic and military power in the decades ahead, outstripping its rivals. All right. 20 years ago, the United States and Europe had approximately the same gross national products. Now the United States GNP is 50% higher than that of Europe. The United States is the one major economy right now that is thriving, while all its competitors are struggling. Back to this thoughtful Ezra Klein interview.
When I think about this historically, you can think about it going back all the way to the 60s, that, attacks on institutions used to be thought of as a left-coded sort of thing. So people who were attacking the university president, or who were attacking the CIA, or who were associated with conspiracy theories.
In the television business, Comcast is spinning off most of its cable networks. These include MSNBC, CNBC, as well as Oxygen, USA, E, Sci-Fi, and Golf Channel. Joining us now from Connecticut, Charlie Gasparino, senior business correspondent at Fox News Business Network, Charlie, what does it say about the TV news biz, and I know you like your job, that Comcast wants to sell off particularly the cable news channels?
Well, let's just back this up a little bit. They broke up both sort of. They're two companies now. There's the cable news channel company. There's everything else, and they haven't said whether they're going to sell some of these properties. Now, I believe, every investment banker on Wall Street believes, every lawyer that deals with this believes that they're going to try to sell some of this stuff. And the reason why is because it's a necessary evil in our horrible business. If you look at, all you have to do is look at the stocks of these companies, and they've been getting crushed lately. Lena Khan and the Biden FTC, the Biden FCC, the Biden DOJ Antitrust Division did not allow something that naturally should have happened, which is a merger of a lot of these media properties. Now we're going to get that with Brendan Carr in there as the head of the FCC and a more market-friendly Trump administration in there. And these companies are cheap. They need because of the problems with our business, cord cutting and lower advertising rates because
there probably have to be some mergers. But look, I also think the rise of podcasts and Substack and digital media have changed forever the way, for example, campaigns are covered. And that's a healthy thing, more voices. But for those playing taps for the so-called legacy media, the big networks and newspapers, they're the ones that do the actual reporting, as we have seen on Donald Trump's nominees.
Well, you and I saw the newspaper business sort of disintermediate firsthand, right? Because we were in it, both of us. I actually saw it even fast.
Disintermediate is too fancy a word for me.
Okay, so thanks. I know it's Sunday morning, but here's the thing: how we remember. I was at Newsweek for a time.
I remember
for like a year and a half, and I saw our ad pages squeeze, and then we think it's going to come back. Everybody thought. And, I couldn't get my stories in the paper. And then I said, okay, I'm going to cable. I'm going to CNBC. Newsweek was not Newsweek within 2 years. Then I went to cable, and cable was, what was happening. And that's happened. And the same sort of crush is going on there. Listen, this is the natural flow of things. I hate to be free market on this, but you're right. There's stuff that is taking the place of traditional media. That's podcasting. That's, Substack, you name it. And guess what else, Howie? These media companies are going to have to adapt, and they already are. Fox has got its over-the-top product. It's got Fox Nation. CNN is going through a massive transformation. Mark Thompson is layoffs. Yeah, which will include layoffs until they get the business model right. This is just how it has to happen. I tell the kids that work for me, and all the people that work for me are out there doing well in traditional media. Make sure you break news and add value. If you do this, you can do it on TV, you can do it on the web, you can do it on Twitter, you can do it on a podcast. This business has to do what it's supposed to do, and that's inform people. And I think part of the problem with our business and reason why these alternative media venues are starting to proliferate is traditional media did not do its job. Break news. Stop being woke.
Didn't do its job in many ways. Bias, sensationalism. But let's talk about Elon Musk, whose career you have followed. I mean, he's become Trump's chief cheerleader on X. He says he'll cut, he's going to head this waste commission. He says he'll cut 30% of federal spending. Good luck getting that through Congress. But he also has billions of dollars in federal contracts. Conflict questions fair?
Oh, yeah, it is. But he also delivers. Listen, what used to be a conflict is now a synergy, I guess, in terms of
that's a nicer word.
Elon. That's a nice word. But, here's the thing. You can't get away from this. I mean, when you have a business, you're going to have multiple conflicts of interest. I think those are good stories to write. I write about them all the time. But, Elon's conflicts should be reviewed. By the way, didn't he get contracts pulled from him from the Biden administration at certain times because they didn't like what he was, maybe because they didn't didn't like what he was saying on X about Donald Trump supporting him. I mean, this cuts both.
A lot
this
of
cuts
contracts
both ways.
With the Pentagon and others. I just want to briefly touch on the antitrust case against Google, which is found to have an illegal search search violations. Right. And the Biden Justice Department is now saying it wants to force Google to sell off its popular Chrome browser. Wouldn't that kind of destroy the company's business model?
Yeah, I mean, they have to figure out, like, you know, do they want American tech, you know, to be at the top of the heap, or do they want to dismantle it? Because if you do that, you're going to reduce value. Trust me, I've been talking to a lot of telecom lawyers and bankers about this. I do wonder, though, and this is kind of an interesting issue, will the Trump administration carry on with this? You know, theoretically, they're more pro-free market, but they're skeptical of big tech as well. So that will be an interesting thing to follow.
All right. Thanks for...
Elon Musk's father has said that his son, Elon, is embracing his destiny and his heritage as a white South African man after turning to the political right. Errol says he previously fell out with Elon because Elon had become a super lefty liberal. When you come from South Africa, lefties think that you are a Nazi. To succeed, you need to be accepted by them. So my sons, Elon and Kimball, started to become these flaming liberals, turning away from South Africa and their roots, which included me. Right, back to this thoughtful Ezra Klein podcast.
Were much more on the left. And something really dramatic happened to America in that period, that the elites, the establishment, the people who ran universities and foundations and professions made a kind of calculation that in order to protect those establishments, they really needed to bring these sort of left energies into them. And in the process, and I talk about this in my book, The Rise of the Conservative Legal Movement, what happened is that the professions became liberalized, but liberalism also became professionalized to the point where all those institutions, including government institutions, are now seen as kind of part of the Democratic Party extended network. And Republicans, almost by default, have become the party of being opposed to those institutions and suspicious of them and skeptical.
I'm thinking about that line you just said, that the institutions became liberalized and liberalism became professionalized. And
yeah, a great line to ponder. The professions became liberalized and liberalism became professionalized. And both institutions and liberalism were changed by that. And liberalism may be far better off for entering a more bounded future. Liberalism might be better off now that it no longer has ideological hegemony. Looking at another Ross Douthat column, this from November 22nd, just as the bipolar order of the Cold War world, by restraining liberalism's inherent tendencies to radicalization and hubris. So liberalism tends to become overstretched. It tends to reach throughout life and reach into corners where it would be better off staying more restrained and humble. Right? Liberalism made the Western world safe for a tempered and moderate liberalism. So the multipolar world we have entered might save liberals from their own excesses. So liberalism by itself is never very popular. It's when you can marry liberalism with something else, such as nationalism. Beset by confident rivals abroad and by the disenchantment of their own voters at home, particularly the working class, liberals will once again have to learn restraint, right? So we all naturally enter stages of overconfidence. And then we get humiliated. We learned a more restrained attitude to life. And that will usually prove more effective and adaptive than overconfidence, than hubris. So the post-Cold War order ultimately proved disastrous for American liberalism. The return to the actual existing order of 1945 may prove more congenial. So even in a changed world order, American democracy looks robust. So the right fears a progressive cathedral uniting public and private power to throttle free debate and make democracy irrelevant. Well, that hasn't happened. We've had an expansion of speech in places like X and Rumble, and we had Donald Trump winning the election. The GOP feared that mass immigration demographic change would make national elections unwinnable for the GOP. Remember that Eki Lux, who was always talking about Texas was turning blue? Well, Donald Trump won Texas by 13 percentage points. Right? By getting about 50% of the popular vote in 2024, Trump substantially undermined these conservative fears. He undermined the liberal conceit that his style of populism couldn't win enough votes to claim democratic legitimacy. And he undermined the mirror image conservative anxiety that the collusion of elite institutions would shut the populace right out of power. So we got a weird, stranger future that we're entering. And it looks like a democratic future with closed contests for power, a widened field of ideological debate. And it's exciting. It's a good thing. All right, let's get a little bit more here from Howie Kurtz.
Calling it a landslide.
I read that with clickbait.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, at the end of the day, you and I both know, I was watching election night. I was there, as the kids like to say. This was, if not a mandate, especially when you consider how it was predicted, how people have seen Republicans in national elections. This is about as close.
Yeah, this is denial of reality when Democrats try to underestimate the scope and sweep of Donald Trump's victory. Now, at the same time, Republicans who claim some kind of massive landslide mandate for Trump, they are overstating reality as well.
Close to a mandate as one could. It's not going to be Reagan-esque, but I think this is a little clickbaity, if you ask me.
Lisa, the New York Times just reported some facts saying that he had prevailed with one of the smallest margins of victory in the popular vote since the 19th century and didn't generate much in the way of coattails like a true landslide. But what the share of the popular vote, it's 49.9%. So if it had been 1.1 higher, then everyone would say, well, he won 50% of the vote.
Yeah, you know, and how he brought the House and the Senate along with him. So there absolutely were coattails in this instance. We were told in 1992 Bill Clinton's plurality of 43% was a mandate, but yet somehow this isn't a mandate for Donald Trump when he was able to move blue states and blue cities in his direction, win counties like Starr County, Texas, 97% Hispanic, hadn't gone Republican in 128 years, winning Dearborn, Michigan.
She's got a nice long neck. I wish I could work with her. There just seems to be a little too much neck tension. Her head seems to be tilted forward, which will cause unnecessary tension and compression in her neck, where you get more joints, more bones connecting with bones, then send ripples of contraction and unnecessary tension throughout her body.
The biggest Muslim majority city in America. You go down the list. I think we all saw that map, on going around X with all of the red in the United States saying, Can you hear us now? Right. So they hate him, and they want to try to deny him recognition even in victory.
Yeah, I think 49.9% is pretty.
Yeah, I heard a lot of people on the right among my friends thought, the media is going to win this anyway by cheating. And no. And people on the right said, the media's going to win this anyway through the power of illegal immigrants. Well, illegal immigrants can't vote, and think about the incentives that they face for trying to vote. Right? If they cast a ballot, right, it's one ballot, but they face the chances of a felony prosecution and getting thrown out of the country. So it's not overall a big problem. Immigration does distort our election system in that it gives far more seats in the House of Representatives because apportionment of House of Representative seats is on the basis of population, not on the basis of people who are in the country illegally. And so you have all sorts of blue states that have extra seats in the House of Representatives due to illegal immigration. So there is a more sophisticated argument to be made about how illegal immigration distorts our voting system.
Pretty good,
Exactly,
especially given the raucous nature of the campaign. All right, still to come, the controversy.
All right, back to more thoughtful interview here, Ezra Klein and company.
Something I've heard you say elsewhere is that Democrats have become the party of etiquette, the party of manners. What do you mean by that, and is that related?
Yeah, so if you think about what do institutions do, institutions of all sorts, is that they tell people what to do and how to behave and to sit up straight. And there's classic versions of that when I was a...
There is no escaping the need for institutions, and there's no escaping the need for social norms. And if you are speaking on behalf of social norms and of institutions, you have a much more narrow range of things that you can say. So you will inevitably, if you have substantial responsibilities, you will not be nearly as free-flowing with your words than people who have no responsibilities, such as myself. I have almost no responsibilities except to my own welfare. I don't control anyone. So I can speak freely. I can critique almost anyone. But people who run institutions, run large businesses, right, they have tremendous responsibility. So their speech will be more halting. It will be more safe. It will be more sanitized. It won't be nearly as compelling as those who don't have, any responsibilities. So they're operating at a disadvantage.
Boy, I used to go to South Carolina, and my grandparents, who were good Christian folk, would tell me to sit up straight and use my knife and fork in the right way and give a man a proper handshake. And one way to think about a lot of the new things that people associate with DEI and race on campuses is they're a sort of new form of cultural class etiquette. And Democrats and liberal professions are the ones that generally tell people what to say and how to say it. And that's whether it's the media or universities or schools, all the way through, all those institutions that are basically in charge of setting the rules and setting the sort of standards of decorum are now closer to being on the liberal side. And that's also the case that a lot of the regulatory institutions we have, the things that both regulate us economically and regulate us culturally, are connected to that larger liberal governing project. And so you can think about populism in part as a reaction to that degree that the etiquette, manners, setting parts of our institutions.
So comments about the strangeness of John Fetterman's voice. So one reason I hesitated about even doing a show this morning is that I don't feel 100%, and there's nothing I can do to disguise my physical weakness right now. Your voice is an incredible tell about what's going on with you. Interesting column here by Noah Millman for his Substack. Manliness is next to godliness. So he talks about his friend Substacker Damon Linker, who's a left-of-center academic, and he bemoans how the Trump movement has brought about the end of traditional moralistic conservatism. And one of the puzzles of the Trump era is the enthusiasm by which religious voters, evangelical Christians and Orthodox Jews, have embraced such an obviously irreligious and morally reprehensible figure. Well, part of it is a pursuit of self-interest, right? There's all sorts of mocking of people on the right for the way that they have compromised to get along with Donald Trump. But if by compromising, you get 60, 70% of what you want, if you get to further the things that are of value to you by joining forces with Donald Trump, why would you not do that? Is that not more important than standing tall and being ineffective? There's a story about some famous Japanese samurai who, when faced with an opponent, simply falls to the floor and allows his opponent to walk all over him rather than fighting him and killing him. Right? Sometimes you want to humble yourself to be more effective in life. So the religious, moralistic right wing has made a transaction in its support of Donald Trump. And it's not a transaction that stands for the rejection of all moral standards. Rather, it is a transvaluation of these moral standards, right? It elevates one central and grounding virtue, right, changing the world around us, by compromising on other virtues such as chastity and faithfulness to one's spouse and humility. So virtue etymologically means manliness, right? Right and wrong has traditionally come from the dominant men in a society. It means moral excellence, and it means valor, and it means courage. And Donald Trump consistently shows unbelievable amounts of courage. Right? A manly man should be strong, and he should demonstrate that strength through courage. And if you don't have courage, you're not much of a man. So Trump and the people that he appoints certainly tend to have courage. They often lack propriety, but they almost always have courage. Their masculinity is demonstrated through their self-assertion. Now, characterizing manliness as self-assertion comes in conflict with many other concepts of manliness, because these assertive followers of Donald Trump are frequently not exactly chaste, but they are willing to battle the secular left. Right? Mitt Romney would fit the requirements of virtue as traditionally and conservatively construed. He married young, he had a bunch of kids, passed on his values to the next generation, he has a pile of grandkids, he earned a substantial income, he husbanded that income, he was thrifty, his large family has been well provided for generations to come. He devoted himself to charitable deeds and to public service, and he broke with his party to convict a felonious and potentially tyrannical leader, thus dooming his political career. Is this not manliness? Is this not virtue? Is this not moral courage? But here's an alternative narrative. Mitt Romney followed a dutiful path. He submitted. He made money, which required hard work and discipline, but he essentially was a cog in a lucrative but amoral extractive machine. He followed the easiest, most conformist path to wealth, one that did not require any particular genius, talent, or insight. Is this a demonstration of strength or a demonstration of submission? He devoted himself to public service by acting like a chameleon, taking on whatever position he needed to win the next election. Right, so how could this guy whose life was marked by submission be seen as an embodiment of manliness? So it depends on what you think of as manly. Right, if you think that by submission that is the embodiment of manliness, or do you think that people who stand up and take on the status quo, perhaps they are more manly? So the MAGA critique of our liberal establishment isn't merely that it is hypocritical, right? It isn't merely that its members surreptitiously break the rules, right? The MAGA critique is the liberal establishment is full of it, that the members of the liberal establishment don't believe themselves in the rules that they promulgate, and that they are overwhelmingly just interested in controlling people or in appeasing people. So what liberals really believe in from the MAGA perspective is power and status, and they will sacrifice anything to get power and status. So Harvey Weinstein was able to get away with his bad behavior for so long. Bill Clinton was able to get away with his bad behavior for so long, all right, in the name of pursuing power and status by invoking liberal talking points. Right? These people like JFK, Bill Clinton, Harvey Weinstein, they were proud of their sexual predation. But they knew that many small-minded people would clutch their pearls if the truth got out, and so they tried to hide this part of themselves. So Pete Hegseth paid off an accuser not to talk about an alleged sexual assault. So how could faithful Christians and Jews or Muslims support someone like Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth? Well, it depends on your definition of manliness. So it is Pete Hegseth's objectionable personal qualities and views, his willingness to buck the establishment, are precisely what Donald Trump's MAGA movement is looking for. Right? They see in his rejection of the dominant institutions as signifying someone who is his own man and who will not be cowed by anyone's disapproval. And Trump supporters value this quality of courage more than any other quality, because they see without this type of courage, no other virtue has much meaning.
Are on one side, and that therefore the residual, the people who are actually the subjects of that regulation, have gradually moved into the Republican Party. And I think you can actually see some of that in the movement of young men into the Republican Party, who often tend to think of themselves as the subjects of regulation and discipline rather than the people who imagine themselves actually doling it out.
So, Jen, there are these two coalitions now. And you have the anti-institutional coalition around Donald Trump, right? This is a coalition so committed to the destruction or weaponization of these institutions that it would try to name Matt Gaetz as Attorney General. And you have the pro-institutional coalition, right? In this House, we believe in science. Kamala Harris campaigning with Liz Cheney. A coalition that has broadly united to try to stop these institutions from being burned down. When we cut politics along that line.
Rollins was domestic policy chief in his first administration. She has an agricultural degree from Texas A&M. Mr. Trump yesterday praised her, quote, commitment to support the American farmer. Hello, everyone. I'm Arthel Neville. Hi, Eric.
So I'm interested in who Trump's pick will be to run the FBI.
Eric.
Hi, Arthel. Welcome to Fox News Live. I'm Eric Shawn. You know, the president-elect, he's assembled a new administration at breakneck speed, and he's urged Republican senators to quickly confirm his nominees or get out of the way and allow recess appointments. Meantime, we're watching for Trump to fill a few more slots that do not need Senate approval, like ICE director, small business administrator, trade representative will put their pictures on when they're announced. Here is a warning, though, from two cabinet members, from Senator Bill Hagerty, about who is the boss.
The policy is set by the President of the United States, not by the cabinet members. President Trump will fire people that don't do their job well. I fully expect everybody coming into the cabinet will listen to President Trump, they'll let him set the policy, and they'll execute according to that plan.
Brian Yennis is live in West Palm Beach, Florida with the very latest. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Arthel. Well, the new Senate Majority Leader-elect, John Thune, has made it clear that it won't be easy to try to get all of these cabinet picks through the Senate, given the fact that Republicans have a 53-seat majority. And he has also made clear that recess appointments are on the table, particularly for some of these more controversial picks, like, for instance, his pick for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who is accused of sexual assault in a 2017 police report, and the former Hawaii Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, who is Trump's pick as Director of National Intelligence. She's been accused of amplifying Russian propaganda and secretly meeting with Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad. Well, today, Republican senators
over an imagined bunker onto an imagined green, and while at the same time voicing a typical inner dialogue that's familiar to.
So this is a personal growth series video of talks at Google from Alexander Technique teacher John Barron.
Two golfers, don't go in the bunker. Don't go in the bunker. Okay. Then we heard someone playing a cello, rather well, I'd say. And incidentally, this cello too is it's a 17th century cello. It's an Marty cello, played by the very world-renowned cellist of the Cypress String Quartet, Jennifer Klotzel. And at the same time, we're looking at this poster on the screen, and we see that this is an in-house poster promoting a course to Google employees that brings the Alexander Technique into a corporate setting. It's subheaded, personal growth and pain management. So apropos, although it's been known for a long time.
So there are three reasons why people tend to take Alexander Technique lessons. One, because you've got chronic pain due to habits that you have of unnecessary tension and compression. Second reason people take lessons is for a high level of performance. So most people who I have taught Alexander Technique to have been actors, but athletes, public speakers often want a high level of performance. Then a third reason people take Alexander Technique lessons is for personal growth, to learn about your responses to stimuli and how you can let go of those responses that don't serve you. So that is my definition of the Alexander Technique. You become aware of your responses to stimuli, and you learn to let go of those responses that do not serve you. And to some degree, I think I have been able to let go of many of my responses that don't serve me. You rarely see me triggered and just losing my mind and just filled with vengeance, right? I don't think I come across as someone who's got a big chip on his shoulder who's just thirsting for revenge.
Educational method has direct therapeutic benefits. Just last month, a detailed study on 579 subjects published by the British Medical Journal, it concluded that lessons in the Alexander technique reduced back pain by 85%, and that these results actually lasted over a 1-year period.
So when you take Alexander technique lessons, it's like getting software installed on your operating system, right? You have to want the software to be installed on your operating system. You have to pause multiple times a day and think about your Alexander technique directions, think about where you're using unnecessary compression and letting it go, directing yourself to a freer, more extensive use of yourself. If you're not down with installing this operating system, this software on your operating system, then you're not going to get much benefit from it.
Period. So that the effects last long term. So extending the scale even further, I'm now going to read a couple of brief quotes about this work. First by a famous American educator and philosopher, then by a well-known British author, both of whom worked with Alexander, and lastly by a well-known actor. Okay, so this is the first quote. So, the technique of Mr. Alexander, bears the same relation to education that education itself bears to all other human activities. And that's John Dewey. And the second, it is now possible to conceive of a totally new type of education affecting the entire range of human activity from the physiological through the intellectual, moral, and practical to the spiritual. That's Aldous Huxley. And the last one, the technique's many benefits for actors include minimized tension, centeredness, vocal relaxation and responsiveness, mind-body connection, and about...
Okay, so I'm going to give you an example of an Alexander technique direction, and if you pay careful, close attention, you'll notice the change. So I'm going to give myself the direction of letting go of everything that I think I know. So as I gave myself that direction of letting go of everything I think I know, you'll notice that there was a change in the quality of my voice, that there was a reduction of unnecessary tension and compression in my face, in my neck, in my shoulders. My breathing came more easily. So when I let go of everything that I'm trying to impose on the world around me, when I let go of everything that I think I know, right, I just felt my shoulders release more to the sides. And then another common direction that I use is to expand my field of awareness. So normally when I do this show with this particular scene on my OBS, right, I'm looking at my computer monitor, I'm reading the chat. But now I'm going to change that field of awareness. Instead of being so narrow, I'm going to expand it. And notice as I expand my field of awareness so that I'm seeing both sides of the room and everything in front of me, as my field of awareness softens and expands, you'll notice that I simultaneously went up. Because when you compress around one particular, so now I'm compressing around the computer monitor, I'm just looking at the chat right now. So my field of awareness has narrowed, and now I'm going to change my field of awareness to expansion. And as I expand my field of awareness, you'll notice that I go up because I'm letting go of unnecessary compression. Right now, I'm going to come back down, focus on the screen, and you'll notice a tightening and a coming down, right? Meaning there's more compression in my neck and my spine. And now I'm going to expand my field of awareness, and I immediately pop up, probably by a centimeter, and my shoulders expand to the sides, so my back simultaneously lengthens and widens. There's a reduction of unnecessary tension in my face. The quality of my voice changes as I go to an expanded field of awareness. So right now I'm looking at one thing, and now I'm expanding my field of awareness. So when I go from a narrow field of awareness, that comes with a tension compression, and then to an expansion of my field of awareness, right, there is less tension, less compression. My breath comes more easily. There's less unnecessary tension and compression and weird interfering muscular patterns flowing across my face and my back and my shoulders.
an inch and a half of additional height. Okay, that's Kevin Kline.
So after I'd taken Alexander Technique lessons and 3 years of Alexander Technique training, I went back to Australia for the first time in 14 years. And I came across as substantially taller, about an inch taller than I was before I took lessons. So when you start the day, you are taller than when you come towards the end of your day, because gravity will start pulling you down. When you have less unnecessary tension and compression, right now I'm expanding my field of awareness, and I can't help but drift up because I'm letting go of the tension and compression that comes when you narrow your field of awareness. So when you in a state of awareness rather than judgment, right, you're much more expanded and you're much more taller, and you have far fewer interfering muscular tension patterns.
So the reason I'm presenting the scale and the myriad applications that this work has is twofold. First, to address
Does this work on everyone, or is it like hypnosis? It only works on some people. It only works on some people because you have to want to install this new software on your system. You're going to have to want to give yourself these directions of expanding your field of awareness, or letting go of everything that you think you know, or telling yourself, I am free, my neck is free, my head is releasing forward and up instead of tipping back and down, which is a habit for most people. So you have to be willing to give yourself these directions multiple times a day to have the opportunity of installing this software on your operating system. So usually women get this more quickly than men. Usually younger people get this much more quickly than older people. And only those who want to learn and practice the Alexander Technique will get lasting benefit from it.
To widely held perception that this work is something to do with posture, or it's some form of body work. And secondly, to help this audience understand that it is not possible to package the vast scope and application this work has into convenient sound bites or
let's
telling
get
definition.
Kip and Claire onto the show. Claire, you go first. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to respond to what you said earlier about Gaetz, whom you said was that he was bad at keeping it in his trousers, basically. And I'm saying standards of sexual morality actually do have a bearing on general standards of sexual morality, and maybe you don't agree.
Well, I don't think they're. I don't think they're definitive. I think that morality is much more domain specific. So just because someone has sexual restraint, it doesn't mean that they're going to be restrained in other areas of their life. So someone may be sexually unrestrained and yet abide by, say, the ethical code of their profession, such as they may be an honest lawyer or an honest accountant. At the same time, someone can be a dishonest accountant, a dishonest lawyer, and be very restrained in their sexual behavior. So I think that morality is primarily domain specific, that there are some situations where we're going to tend to be righteous, and other domains where we're going to be much more loose. And so just because we have one domain of someone's life, such as their sex life, that doesn't predict how they'll behave in other domains of their life, such as their finances.
I understand, and this argument has often been made over the years, but I suppose that the problem is what Gaetz encountered, that he was found out and he paid his blackmailers, suggesting that he knew he had done something wrong, and I suppose technically he had broken the law because of the issue of statutory rape. So even if you wouldn't, you could do the job, but there are all sorts of other factors that prevent you from even getting the job in the first place. And maybe higher standards of sexual morality could actually give us better government. I wonder if you're prepared to consider this proposition.
Oh, of course. I mean, that's the traditional perspective of morality. And so it's also the dominant perspective on morality. So it'd be a very weird person who did not consider that perspective. So it's a question of which has more predictive and explanatory power, that that someone's morality is something that you can have a total holistic perspective on. And so if they consistently behave immorally in one sector, then you can predict that they'll behave immorally in other sectors of their life. Is that more predictive? Or is my model that morality is domain specific? Does that have more predictive power? So people have to think about their own life experience.
Well, my life experience is that even my proposing raising standards of sexual morality has been basically mocked, obstructed, and therefore I think the overwhelming majority of people feel that they are in some way compromised sexually, and so they don't want to talk about raising standards of sexual morality. Even those who are not sexually active are in fact afraid of people who are, and don't want to be kicked out of their particular group. So I don't think underrepresentative democracy that we're ever going to solve this problem unless Trump decides to do something drastic about the way America is run, such as abolishing political parties.
So I'm thinking about Oskar Schindler. So he saved the lives of 1,100 Jews from the Holocaust, yet he was highly sexually promiscuous. He wasn't successful in really any area of his life, but he was heroic during World War II. And that, I see that with people in the world around me, that there are certain situations that tend to bring out their best and other situations where they are particularly weak. Go ahead, Claire.
With Oskar Schindler, you might say it's a really, even if he did save all those Jews, it was a drop in the ocean, and the Holocaust happened, and what is 11,000, in the ocean of 6 million. But what I'm trying to say is that my proposing that married parents should be privileged over non-parents is consistently rejected, even by white nationalists who are supposed to care about their own racial hygiene. And this suggests to me that what most people really want is to enjoy their country and be sexually liberated without immigrants. But the whole reason why the immigrants are in their country is because they haven't had enough white babies capable of joining the labor force. So this suggests that they're not really getting their heads around the problem, that they're not acknowledging the source of the problem. And this suggests that they won't be correcting themselves anytime soon, unless they think, right, this was a problem from the beginning. White birth rates and obviously white school leavers who were not considered to be, desirable employees.
Right. So people often fail to come to terms with the most pressing moral issues or the most pressing issues that confront their life because it's simply easier to preoccupy themselves with something else. So I think that's a pretty fair...
Such as blaming Jews. I mean,
Right.
Today I thought to myself that Hitler, he didn't even rewrite the Constitution when he became absolute dictator. He merely suspended the Weimar Constitution. And I thought to my horror, perhaps, he was going to go back to it once he, had everything sorted and acquired his empire. He was just going back to the Constitution of the Weimar Republic, perhaps when he felt secure enough to do that. But this is something I don't think any historian has particularly mentioned, that Hitler only suspended the Weimar Constitution.
Okay, wait just a second. You just made a sweeping comment about historians. So how many books have you read on this topic? Because I'm sure
I'm not
you're not
aware of
familiar.
any.
Yeah, because you're not an academic expert in this area. And so I encounter this all the time. People say, historians haven't talked about XYZ, but I doubt that you've read the 20 most significant academic works on this part of history. So you really don't know what historians are saying because you don't read books.
Do you know that is there an important book on the subject that I've missed completely?
I'm sure there is. I don't know what the title of it is, but I haven't made any sweeping claim about historians. So it's easy to make sweeping claims about historians in a particular area without any familiarity of the academic work on the issue. So,
well, knowing David Irving as I do, I mean, you say the wrong number and you're in jail. So I guess, a lot of historians want to tread very carefully indeed.
Yeah.
And this causes a problem of Westerners not understanding their own history, which is tantamount to being an orphan and an amnesiac. People who don't understand, they don't understand their own history.
Right. Well, the sacredness of the 6 million number for Jews dying in the Holocaust is not primary reason that historians are afraid to investigate the Holocaust. The Holocaust is probably the single most documented event in 20th century history. So let's get, and David Irving is a historian, and he has done some valuable work, and he has come around to acknowledging the existence of the Holocaust. So sometimes in his more attention-seeking phases, he would deny or reduce the extent of the Holocaust, but he's certainly come around in that respect. His work is of wildly varying quality. Some of it is excellent and some of it is execrable. Let's get Kip into the show. Kip, what's on your mind today?
Hey, brother, 6 million or 600, it was still a tragedy. Am I right?
Sure, but numbers matter, right? The difference between 600 and 6 million is significant. And tragedy or not, it's worth understanding what exactly happened. And it is highly documented. And so the figures have wildly varied over times for different sectors of the Holocaust. 6 million should not be a sacred number. And you have reputable academic historians coming up with, wildly varying numbers from approximately 5 million to over 6 million. But back to you, Kip.
Right. I go back to the Jewish Encyclopedia of they do them like every 10 or so years. And I believe the disparity in numbers was somewhere around 5.1 or 5.2 million was the disparity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Decade over decade. But I was just going to say thank you for cooking up good groceries for us this Sunday morning. You're doing God's work, because otherwise I have to drudge through all that stuff. I did want to ask a question about, I want to say quickly, I do love me some David Irving, and I think he was shit on pretty bad. I also wanted to say a good example of a sexual deviant and a diplomat would be Henry Kissinger, who apparently when he did some things in New York City, it was one thing, but Washington, D.C. was so much smaller that they had to tell him to watch himself. He was swimming in a much smaller pond than what he had been previously swimming in before. And I also wanted to ask about Prager. It sounds like he might have a little bit more going on there. How old was he? How old is he?
75. So he's the same age as Israel. He was born about the same time as the state of Israel was created. So 1948.
I'm not going to hold that against him. I'm just going to say that my mom was 74 and a half when she had a stroke, and she was working. She basically worked for a research company doing phone surveys up till 74 and a half years old, and had a fall, typically to what you've described with Prager, except the little caveat was she also had a stroke, and she never got rewired back all the way together. She got maybe up to like 50%. And in the past, maybe 12 months, she's regressed a little bit. So that's a sad thing. Let's hope that the same thing hasn't happened, with Mr. Prager. I was going to say that I was going to give you a compliment, and it was that you do a good job of not overusing the word is, which is declarative, versus using terms like might be, maybe, could be, probably, appears to be. And speech modifiers like this help us to keep from concretizing our worldview and considering other maybes before making any of these declarations. And I was just going to say that because you were talking about the Alexander technique, and I was going to chime in that just not overusing the word is will make you change your thinking. You get what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Any comment on that?
Yes. The words we use have a profound effect on us. And I've had academics on this show who would often make sweeping declarations about books and essays that they had never read. And I'd call them out on it. And they would say, don't worry about me, bro. My life is great. And they were inevitably heading for great humiliation, right? Once you get into the habit of vast overstatement and careless rhetoric, it usually precedes immense life-changing humiliation.
Mm-hmm. I was also gonna mention, because Claire, hi Claire, she touched on Matt Gaetz. Y'all kind of got your claws out a little bit there for a second on Matt Gaetz, but I was gonna say the idea that institutions like the Times, whoever Ezra Klein is representing this week, the Times, Harvard, whoever, itself is a mental con, because maybe it was true that at one time they were the end all be all in news, but what was true isn't true, and definitely probably won't be true in the future. But I just want to try to hit home that the media themselves are frauds, that they're in my estimation are irredeemable. And I've told you that not 100% of everything we live in is a complete con, but maybe about 85, 86% of it. And the media is a great example of this, because, how much reporting, Ezra Klein and all his ilk, they want to report on Matt Gaetz all of a sudden, but how much reporting were they doing on the corruption of the Biden family? How much reporting did they do on 10% for the big guy? They were too busy at the time, but now they find time with RFK Jr. or Mr. Gaetz. And like Klein said, he liked Operation Warp Speed, but I'm sure he remembered that it was Trump's poor COVID response. If you'll remember that, guys, it was Trump's poor COVID response that was magic spell number one in the 2020 election that they used to try to defeat Trump. So you see now, all of a sudden, it's okay to say that Warp Speed was okay, but he was public enemy number one for Ezra Klein and his ilk back in 2020. And I just wanted to give you an idea, just to reiterate the fraud. Justice for Trayvon was a big fraud. Safe and effective on those vaccines, that was a fraud to some level. Michael Brown, the gentle giant, another fraud that same media portrayed. The efficacy, huh?
If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor.
Yeah. The efficacy of masks, the
6 foot spacing between people, government direction that had no basis in science during COVID.
The mountain of lies with Rittenhouse, with the whole Rittenhouse case. Did you see how stunned and shocked Democrats were when they saw he got off? You could tell they were so divorced from reality on the whole Rittenhouse case. Sorry, Claire, I know that's probably not something that you're familiar with, but it was a big thing. The ivermectin was horse-paced. Hydrochloroquine was for crazy people. This was, remember Scarborough a month or two ago, best Biden ever, right? Best version of Biden ever. They haven't given back those Pulitzers from the Russia collusion. All frauds, all evil doers, and in my estimation, they're casting spells against we the people. So I'm sorry for talking too much there, but back to you guys.
No, those are all powerful critiques, and ties bind and blind. Right? When you have close friends, when you have community, it will inevitably blind you to much of life, and this is true for liberals and for conservatives. Just to be part of the human condition and to have a particular view on the world, you will be blinded to a large part of reality due to your own constructs. And so we never get to graduate from being flawed human beings who are blind to much of what's going on around us. Kip, do you seriously think that the equivalent IQ level and influence level and success level of conservatives is any better than that of the liberals that you were referring to?
No, I'm just basically wanting people to see that there's no difference from Alex Jones and Joy Reid or Rachel Maddow or Sonny Hostin, or even those institutions that maybe once you revered, like a 60 Minutes or a 2020, or the people like Nora O'Donnell. They're all frauds. They've all got agendas, and I'm afraid that we live in an age right now where the 20th century was so weird because we had film and radio. It all came at once, and we take for granted we take for granted how just celluloid film being lit up in the background, running across a projector screen, had the ability to make people laugh, make people cry. We should have seen. They saw in the early 20th century how malleable, how receptive our brain was, how quick we slipped into a hypnotic sort of trance state. So how we got there from 1920, to where we are now, Claire and I are disgusted by the morals and the ethics that we have. But what I'm telling you is that we were pulled in so many directions, even with our little smartphones. You're having to dissociate psychologically every time you're answering a text or sending an email or taking a phone call, heaven forbid if they do any of those anymore. And you're getting pulled in so many different ways. And Luke Ford himself says we've got competing narratives. You see how your mind is like a fragmentation grenade at that point, Luke Ford. Tell me I'm not going crazy here.
Well, I'm not sure if you're going crazy or not, but we would have fragmentary narratives even if we never used a smartphone or never had access to the internet. Just real life is often sufficiently confusing of one's narratives. For example, I grew up religious, and I was essentially educated that good people are Christian and people who are not Christian are not so good people, and that atheists in particular are highly dangerous. And my life experience did not fulfill that. I came to see that Christians were not much more ethical than the atheists that I knew, and that knowing that someone believed in God didn't really tell me anything about the level of their morality. So Kip,
what is morality anyway? Nobody seems to know.
What is morality? Morality is our conviction that certain things are right and wrong, and everybody has conviction about many different parts of morality. Even people who claim to be relativists and atheists, when they are on the negative side of an interaction, such as someone deliberately steps on their toe, they react as though someone's created an objective evil against them. You cannot live except without very specific standards of right and wrong. Even if you proclaim moral relativity, when you are harmed, you will react as though someone has violated objective standards. Claire, did you want to say more?
Well, I was just saying, the point I'm trying to make about morality is that there are different moral systems, and I'm suggesting maybe there is a way of choosing the best one using objective criteria of truth and logic. And also with regard to corrupt politicians and corrupt journalists that Kip was talking about, wouldn't the best way of measuring these people would be to list the lies that they have told?
Well, Donald Trump probably lies more than any other major politician of which I'm aware, and I don't think that is a complete refutation of the man. He lies, and he also he's probably simultaneously the most honest politician we've ever had. Claire?
Yes, so he kind of balances it out, or maybe he tells his lies in a way that is so irresistible that even as we know they are lies, we want to believe in him. But if we think we're so clever, then isn't the only way to measure the morality or the principle of a politician to kind of make a list of all the lies we think we're told? And then I guess we have to find some objective standard to agree on the actual numbers of lies that they have told.
Well, isn't the best standard how effectively they have fought for the for the best interests of their people. So sometimes a politician telling lies will be effective in the pursuit of their own people's best interests. For example, Winston Churchill during World War II, I'm sure he told some lies, but he was a highly effective warrior on behalf of his people.
Well, he is controversial. A lot of people, I guess people who are not happy with the post-war settlement might prefer his German opposition. I mean, we don't know. I mean, I guess a lot of things are not analyzed properly in our minds. We have stories that we want to believe in, and maybe because of our religion or whatever, progressive political ideology we believe in. And I do think liberalism is a religion, except that most people don't know that it is. And that's why they get so triggered. And that's why the liberal order treats Trump and his supporters as heretics and also mean to them.
Yeah, I don't like calling secular ideologies religion because it cheapens the specificity of religion. Religion refers to a system where you interact with supernatural beings. And that to me is a specific and useful definition of religion. But anyway, Claire, I'm going to move on. Any final words for today?
No. Thank you for discussing this very interesting subject, which I've never discussed with anybody before. So thank you for that, Luke.
Okay, thanks, Claire. Kip, anything that you want to add that you've been listening to, want to respond to?
I would just, in closing on what we were just talking about, I just think it's important to realize that we are maybe disenchanted at a time when our individual and mass psyches are assaulted by more ridiculous ideas than ever. So we might have left the point. We might have, at one time, maybe we could have just employed the golden rule and everybody could get along. But my God, if you ever made a list of how many felonies, somebody commits in a month or a year or whatever, we'd all be in jail. So I don't.
Okay,
I don't
hang
know,
on,
Luke.
hang on. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
I think you agreed that most institutions in our country are dominated by people left of center.
Yes.
Educational institutions in particular are dominated by people left of center.
Yes, very much so.
The news
Engineering.
media.
Engineering was the one
Right.
field that I noticed still had like around 30% of people who weren't left leaning.
Yeah. And the news media is dominated by people left of center.
Very much so.
Then how do you explain Ronald Reagan winning 2 elections, George W. Bush winning 2 elections, George H.W. Bush winning 1 election, and Donald Trump winning 2 elections when almost all our institutions are dominated by people on the left?
It's true that they're dominated by people on the left, but what's your question there again? Give me the question
If
one more
our
time.
like everyone goes through an educational system that is dominated by people on the left, people get their news from institutions that are dominated by the left. HR departments are dominated by a left-wing ideology. Almost all our institutions are dominated by the left. Almost all those who tell us about the nature of reality from the most prestigious positions are on the left, and yet the people rebelled against what all their social betters were telling them and have frequently voted for politicians of a despised party, the Republican Party. So why do people rebel?
Don't stop. Because
I'm
they don't stop, Luke. It's because when they screw up the school system, it's just another harebrained scheme tacked on to the previous harebrained scheme. You get what I'm saying? They can see that they represent what I told you before is that aurora borealis eating itself, that they run out of good ideas, and now they've just got harebrained schemes, and they throw out the bad with the good. As you can see now, I don't know that we got any statues or any traditions left. They got everybody dangling in the wind without anything to hold on to, whereas I have a lot of problems with religion but say medieval times, at least, religion was there to help guard people's minds from devilish thinking, wrong kind of thinking, or whatever. I think a lot of those. I think whatever this new liberal order is, it killed off all those guardrails. So I think we're sort of in like a great wide open where everything is going to have to just be. I don't know. Well, I think everything's going to end up burning down and having to come back up from it. But you don't think so. This is kind of where we're wrong. But I'm thinking none of these. Which one of these institutions can hold the test? They're all full of shit at this point. We got Supreme Court justices that can't even tell you what a woman is. Sorry,
now,
Luke, go ahead.
I don't feel like I'm dangling in the wind, and I don't feel like I've got nothing to hold on to. And I believe that most Americans would agree with me. Most people who are connected to their family, to their extended family, to their community, to a profession, to their personal hobbies, and to a house of religious worship, probably don't feel like they're dangling in the wind with nothing to hold on to. Do you disagree with that assessment?
I probably do, because I think everybody, as every year goes by, everybody's noticing how reality is not as it's not as concrete as people would like to believe. You get what I'm saying?
No, I don't, because anyone who loves someone doesn't experience that. If you love people, you don't question whether there's such a thing as reality. If you love somebody, that is overwhelming, and you're not spending time questioning the nature of reality. Only people who are disconnected from others will spend vast amounts of time questioning if there is a concrete reality.
Don't you realize that we live in a society now where madness is more contagious than ever?
No, because people who have families and love people are, generally speaking, not going mad. It's only those who are disconnected from others who are highly vulnerable to going mad.
Okay, we can agree to disagree. You got a lot more clips for us today?
I do. But I wanna drain you of every unexpressed thought, every unexpressed idea that we haven't heard on this show before. So do you have any final thoughts that you can give us?
Thoughts is plural. Okay. Well, the first one I would say then is I made a couple of notes.
Great.
I'm noticing this week while you weren't having shows, it's been building up like a volcano, my friend. When tragedy strikes, do you ever pay attention to the first utterances when people are truly shocked or stunned? And for an irreligious society, they evoke deity more times than not. I tell you, I make little observations, and one of them is like little kids. When you tell them to draw their family, they include the sunshine more times than not. But even you can get a room full of atheists, and you can shock them to the point where they've got to utter something where they hadn't had time to really think about it, and what'll come out of their mouth is something like, "Oh God, oh Jesus, Jesus Christ, good Lord, God Almighty."
Yeah, my first girlfriend, the first woman that I was having regular sex with, she would talk about how religious I would become when I was coming. I was constantly invoking the Lord Jesus Christ.
No, but like when those World Trade Centers fell down? You remember how they had so many? Maybe not when that first one was hit; it caught everybody off guard. But there's plenty of videos from where people had their cameras trained on that first building burning, and then the second plane hit the second building. And more times than not, they were evoking deity, whether they were a practicing Jew, an atheist, whatever. And I just think that's weird. That just tells me that like there's something in there that can't be shaken. That it's like genetically encoded.
Well, last night I just felt absolutely miserable. I was afraid that I was suffering from food poisoning and that I had a night of vomiting ahead of me, which did not happen, but I felt so awful. And I was just whispering, "Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God," for hours. I was just calling out to God, far more, like 1,000 times more than when I'm feeling good and strong.
Right, and I say that you may think I'm kidding, but that guy at that British Museum of History that they traipse back all that stuff from Babylon, he says over half of that stuff that's written in stone is all magical in nature. You get what I'm saying? They were all about that. It's almost like during the time of the Iliad and the time of Homer and those guys, that we were like more instinctive, more like an animal is, less thinking, more doing.
Yeah,
What's your
less
thoughts on that?
abstract, right? The Enlightenment ushered in a new way of being. Well, really, it was religious reform, Christian reform. It was really Protestantism, which reduced emphasis on rituals, reduced emphasis on festivals, reduced emphasis on a physical expression of religiosity, and instead etherealized and intellectualized and made more abstract religion. And the current dominant secular liberal worldview is a secularized version of Protestantism. So prior to Protestantism, religion and traditional ways of being were very physical and grounded in this world, and demons and angels were real to people. But now, since the Enlightenment and since the rise of Protestantism, we have a much more abstract relationship to the divine or to right and wrong. Used to be that right and wrong was thought to be written into the very rules of the physical universe, and now people who take on an Enlightenment worldview, their relationship to the world is much more buffered, meaning that they figure on their own power of intellect that they can figure out right and wrong, reason and purpose, and be strategic. That people put much more faith in the power of reason, when in reality we are far more influenced by our genetics and by social incentives and by our early imprinting than we are by the use of our reason. So people who have a right-wing perspective on life are much more medieval, right? They are much more pre-Enlightenment in their experience of reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you touched on something with the festivals and the carnivals and all that kind of stuff. I heard some guys doing a scholarly little talk about Rene Guénon's talk on this kind of stuff. And, we still see maybe the vestiges are still here a little bit, but all those carnivals and all that stuff, they focused on disorder. They focused on like inverting the norms, and so they may have something called the Festival of the Ass, but the church accepted it, and they venerated the fact that although there was satanic symbols around, everything was being inverted. They would put up with it for 1 week out of the year, and then the bad things, they were parodied, they were venerated, they were sanctioned. There was Saturnalia, where the slaves ordered the masters around for a couple of days. Now, I'm sure that was within reason, but they inverted these things, and that's the same thing they do in Satanism and black magic. But these base level urges are channeled, and these inversions please the mob, indulging these base levels. This is why that the festivals themselves existed, a brief releasing of the rules to let the steam off for a week. And these festivals highlighted how chaos, it must be overcome by order. That was the lesson. It was just showing somebody, allowing that for a week. You can see, well, imagine how this would be if it was that way the whole time. So it's to show how there must be order over the chaos. And that was the lesson to the people. Each person chose like a mask. And that was probably a psychological thing that fit their base nature. And the whole process had a psychological benefit, not only for the person, but also for the whole society. So the lack of these traditions now probably has it's unleashed a modern day carnival like atmosphere. You get what I'm saying? If you don't let the steam ventilate, it comes out in perverse ways. It's like they tell people if they don't try to find some legitimate way to get whatever out of them, it's going to come out illegitimately. I think we might be living sort of in a society that seems so queer because all these traditions like the carnivals or whatever, they've forgotten the meanings of all of it. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
That either the institution itself has been so feminized, or they've just forgotten the original meanings of all this stuff. So you've been way gracious with your time today, and I appreciate that. And feed me some more good stuff, bro.
Okay, bro. Great to catch up with you. Thanks, man.
Mm-hmm.
So good, interesting comment in the chat from Disco Burner, and here's what he's talking about. He says Luke is angry at his audience, or Luke is angry at his lack of an audience. So I want to talk about that because I got a great essay that was sent to me. The work of turning on your audience, when parasocial content creators stop playing nice and start getting real. The content creator stands alone in his room, talking to a camera that costs more than most cars. Well, my camera costs $100. He's explaining why his audience got it all wrong. His face is red. The performance is authentic this time. No jump cuts, no music, no effects. Raw footage of a man realizing his customers aren't his friends. So have I had episodes like that? I frequently remember instances where I disagree with every single person in the chat, often with regard to public health measures taken against COVID. But I don't ever recall being this upset, but maybe I'm fooling myself. These moments fascinate me. 20 years in the content business taught me what my father, an old school car dealer, preached at the kitchen table. Never trust the buyer, never trust the seller, never trust the product. The wisdom hits different now, watching these digital merchants discover it live on camera. Well, I would say use some skepticism, which is different from never trust the buyer, never trust the seller, never trust the producer. Mr. Beast builds elaborate sets to give away houses. Glenn Greenwald writes screeds about how whichever side is currently buttering his home is bad on free speech. Fitness influencers post their daily routines as if you'll be able to achieve anything close to the same results without steroids. They're all selling something. The product changes, but the pitch remains. Watch me, follow me, believe in me. The audience buys in until they don't. So what am I selling? What am I selling? I think I'm selling that I have two things. I have selections of other people's perspectives and facts that I want to share with you because they're valuable. So I'm selling to you that I read widely, I listen to a lot of podcasts, and I've made selections that have value. And then I am sharing with you my perspective on the world around me. And so I'm selling to you that these two things, my perspectives and my selections, have value. But aside from that, I'm not really aware of selling anything to you, but I may be completely deluded. So tell me what I'm selling. I've interviewed hundreds of content creators. They perform even when the recorder's off. So there's not a huge level of performance to my shows. Right? There is some. I put 5 times, 10 times as much energy into my shows than I would if we were just speaking in daily life. Have to stay in character. Yes, there is an element of putting on a character when I go live. Can't let the mask slip. Well, do you see someone who is afraid of the mask slipping? I'm just not aware of that. The good ones never let the mask slip. I don't really worry about it. The great ones forget that they're wearing a mask at all. I'm aware I'm wearing a mask. I'm not aware of living in fear that it slips. The mask always cracks eventually. The creator changes politics, the commenters revolt. The audience demands ever nuttier content that the creator won't provide. Maybe fellow creators smell weakness, move in for the kill. Maybe the creator realizes anyone dumb enough to blindly follow him while paying for the privilege is a lunatic. The result is always the same: blood in the digital water. Yeah, I've experienced that. For example, when I split from Kevin Michael Grace, my audience went down to 25% of what it was. And I am okay with that. Do you think that I lie awake at night bemoaning my low viewership? Do you think that I go through my day bemoaning my low viewership? I probably think about this maybe 10 minutes a day on average, meaning occasionally I'll think about it for 45 minutes, and then other days I don't consciously think about it at all. But do you think I'm lying? Do you think that I live obsessed with my low numbers? But I have deliberately chosen an approach that optimizes for what I regard as true and valuable and pro-social, as opposed to optimizing for attention and viewership and financial rewards. The comments fill with betrayal. How could you do this to us? We supported you. We believed in you. We were your friends. The creator's response reveals the truth. Both sides denied. This was always a parasocial transaction, never a genuine I-thou relationship. So I experienced that at times, but it's not a dominant response that I get from the chat. I'm just fine if I disagree with every single person who comments on my videos. It's not fun, right? It's a lot more enjoyable when everyone's going, "Oh, yay, Luke, great insight. Thank you, Luke." Right? I love compliments, but I don't think that I am angling for more and more attention. I don't think I am compromising my understanding of what is true and valuable and good to try to please you. What amazes me isn't the betrayal. That's inevitable in any sales business. It's how many people refuse to see the sale happening. They ask me if I like these creators, as if we're talking about actual friends rather than content merchants. They want to know if I'm part of the community, not understanding that a homeschool kid and a lifelong loner like me can't join the tribe he's observing. Well, I have a tribe. It's Orthodox Jews. And so whether you like me or not, that isn't particularly important to me compared to my relationship with my tribe. The creator's audience will defend them against any criticism. I would not want you to do that. But I am fully deserving of abundant criticism until the moment they don't. Then the same passionate defenders become even more passionate attackers. Like, don't be a passionate defender of Luke Ford. I'm a flawed human being with a lot of idiotic perspectives and huge blind spots. The parasocial delusion breaks, but the intensity remains. Hell hath no fury like a follower scorned. Don't have an intense relationship with my podcasts or live streams. Have a periodic, moderate relationship to them, to the extent that at various times in your life, you might find something I have to say useful, but there will be other times in your life where I'm not useful and then stop watching me. I watched a fitness influencer lose his audience over a supplement line. The betrayal wasn't the shoddy quality of the products. Everyone expects supplement companies to sell dreams. The betrayal was that their digital friend, their trusted advisor, their parasocial training partner turned out to be running a business. Well, if you watch me, don't think of me as a friend. If you don't know me in real life, do not think of me as a trusted advisor, except in very narrow areas where I may have some useful insights. Don't think of me as your parasocial partner. The other creators circle like sharks. When it happens, they smell the weakness. Yesterday's allies become today's critics. The takes get hotter, the call-outs more dramatic. Everyone racing to monetize the moment before it passes. There's no loyalty in the content game, just temporary alignments of financial interests. This doesn't apply to me because I don't primarily seek money from this, and the whatever income I make from this is not an important part of my income. Content business runs on convinced failures, people who believe their own marketing. So my own marketing is that I think I sometimes have some useful selections of other people's commentary, and that I sometimes have some useful descriptions of the world around me. I don't think of my followers as friends. I don't forget that I'm putting on a show. and I'm not particularly devoted to the audience clapping me. I don't blame them. It's an easy delusion to fall into. The metrics feel real. Subscribers, views, engagement. The comments feel personal. The community feels authentic. Parasocialism goes both ways. It's a feedback reflecting your value back at you like a magic mirror is one heck of a drug. So how much of my self-esteem, how much of my sense of worth do you think I get from my metrics, from my number of viewers? My estimation is that it accounts for less than 5% of my self-esteem, right? I devote far more of my social self-esteem from what I think about what I'm doing compared to what you think about what I'm doing. When I respect something I've written or something I've said or a show that I've created, that means more to me than your comments. With exceptions. Sometimes I get comments that help me realize that I'm blind. And then at times I will put more weight on commentary than my own opinions, but that's a minority of the time. Change the content, change the politics, change the product. Watch how fast community becomes commodity. Watch how quickly connection becomes conflict. Watch how swiftly the tribe turns on its chief. This is not how I experience my live streaming. A creator apologizing to their audience is like a rookie salesman apologizing to a customer. The smart ones don't apologize. They lean into the heel turn, monetize the controversy, find a new audience to sell to. This is not my experience of what I'm doing. If I get something wrong, I want to say it as quickly as possible. See the show or be the show. That's the choice in the content economy. The audience thinks they are seeing the show, but they're part of the show. The creators think they're running the show, but they're trapped by it. Okay, I think I am putting on a show, but I recognize that I am not running the show because contributors, whether in the chat or through conversations, are a substantial part of the show. Everyone's selling something to someone who's selling something to someone else, I guess. But how much do you think my self-esteem depends upon selling you something? Right, my self-conception is that accounts for way less than 5% of my self-esteem. Right, my self-esteem primarily comes from the respect and the connection of those in my real life who are most important to me. The camera's always on, the mask rarely slips, but when it does, that's when the real show begins. At the heart of every sale is someone trying to convince someone else to believe something they're not sure they believe themselves. So how much do you think I am diverting myself to get you to believe something that I don't believe myself? I'm not aware of that being a major part of my show. The content creator ends his apology video. His face is still red. The comments are always already turning against him. That's fine. I don't enjoy it. But how much do you think my happiness level is reduced when all the online comments turn against me? I would say no more than 10%, and even that 10% is fleeting. Tomorrow there will be a response video, new threads, fresh takes, new controversies. Show never ends. It just finds a new stage, new actors, new audience, eager to believe this time it's different. It never is. All right, interesting analysis. I relate to some of it. What the heck?
This work needs to be experienced in order to be understood. This work involves understanding from the whole self, not just the understanding that comes from being given data and information alone. So I don't wish to spend our time today just giving you data and information about the history of this work, because there's like 120 years of it, or about the amazing Frederick Matthias Alexander. I need not tell you that all this information, it can be readily Googled. So, However, if you would like to find out about how this work was developed, I recommend you read Alexander's book, which is called The Use of the Self. It also is available on CD. Okay. So, indeed, what we normally break down into separate segments of movement, emotion, posture, thought, individual spirit, expression, energy, psyche, sensation, voice, gesture, etc., and how these aspects are consciously embodied, connected, and choreographed in the moment.
And Disco Boner says, you protected your YouTube channel by not allowing dissident voices. The channel was destroyed that way. Yes, but there are things in my life that are far more important than the channel. And that's my overall well-being. Right? Do you honestly think that I shape my life around these shows? Or do I shape my shows around my life? I shape these shows around my life. When the world outside this show changes, I will often change with it. So it used to be that the alt-right was generally conceived of as a bunch of merry pranksters, and there was a professor of political science who wrote 2 books on the alt-right, and he noted that the alt-right had never killed anyone. Then the alt-right starts killing people, and that completely changed the way I talk to and about the alt-right. So as soon as a movement starts slaughtering people, I change. I change the channel. I change all sorts of things within the channel. I develop a code of conduct because my real life is 20 times more important to me than my podcast. And so when the greater world changes so that ideas that were funny and fun to talk about are now associated with mass slaughter, right? They're no longer so fun and so funny. And so I will diminish the value of the channel. I will diminish the value of my shows. I will diminish the number of my shows. I will reduce the Overton window of what we discuss on my shows in my own self-interest, right? My life, my quality of life, my friends, family, community are more important to me than having sterling YouTube channels and high viewership. You think lack of success is a sign of integrity? No, I think sometimes integrity results in a lack of success. Oftentimes, probably more often, lack of success is a result of a lack of competence or a lack of an appealing product. Right? Low viewership is not a sign of integrity. High viewership is not a sign of quality. The number of viewers are irrelevant to the moral and intellectual value of a product. Sometimes high quality, high moral content and high intellectual content will get high views. Sometimes it will get low views. The viewership says nothing about the quality of the product. Your self-esteem is unharmed because your goal was destruction. What was I aiming to destroy? White trash murder people, but you talk to Kip. Well, white trash murder people, black people murder people, brown people murder people, Jews murder people, Chinese murder people. Right? White trash does not have anything like a monopoly on murder.
Moment can be characterized in the Alexander technique as the use of the self. So what is it that connects us? What centers and integrates us so that aspects of ourself, freedom of movement, ease of expression, coordination, balance, appropriate degrees of tension, harmony, well-being, etc., they seem to come together in a particular moment.
Okay, you can watch more if you're interested in how Alexander technique relates to personal growth. All right, more from this great Ezra Klein podcast.
What positions or textures or realities about these institutions does the pro-institutional coalition miss?
You said something in a column recently to that effect, that you know, with Kamala Harris standing in front of the White House as her sort of closing remarks, she's absolutely signaling that this party is for these institutions. And then you've got the Republicans on the other side. And it was like the first time I sort of wasn't happy with your framing, because it's missing those who want to defend the need for institutions, especially in the face of everything that is coming at this country, but don't want to defend them, want to reform them. And I think, you know, what Steve was just talking about with this etiquette, there's an aspect of it that is not just etiquette. It's this sort of, you might refer to it like Nick Bagley's procedure fetish, right? This cramped professional thinking where you're sort of basking in the complexities that run these institutions that I think has become part of that defense that's, at this point, less defensible than it should be. It's different to say we need these institutions to face the 21st century than it is to say the way they run today is okay. there is a center of gravity, I think, starting to emerge that's neither the blow-it-all-ups nor that sort of cramped, professionalized liberal defense of the institutions.
You talk a lot about the way in which you see liberals being focused on process, not outcomes.
Yeah.
You have a related point that political elites celebrate policy and the public feels delivery.
Yes.
Tell me about those disconnects.
I think we saw it a lot, unfortunately, in the Biden administration. And I think it was part of the backlash. I mean, certainly not all of it. But probably the biggest example of it would be the Biden administration's insistence on the success of the big bills that were passed. CHIPS, IRA, infrastructure, where they are incredible.
And so Disco Boner says, talk to the Wignats. And the Wignats are tremendously compelling, right? They are great for viewership. They provide terrific entertainment value. But talking to Wignats after Wignats start slaughtering people is really bad for the overall quality of my life, right? It was a completely different situation before the alt-right started murdering people. And I put the well-being of my life, all right, my friends, community, my social standing, my safety, right? I put all those at a much higher value than creating an entertaining and compelling show, right? Life before show.
Accomplishments legislatively. And if you look at it from that perspective, he is absolutely a hero. But if you look at from the perspective of people in states in the U.S. whose economies have been hollowed out, it took so long to get that money out the door. In fact, most of it isn't out the door. It hasn't started actually building much yet. That, of course, there's less excitement about those legislative wins because the delivery just isn't there. And it's not there in part because the administration, I think, didn't pay equal attention to the implementation. They kind of take it for granted that it's going to take forever to get that out the door because that's the way this institution's built, and we're going to have to live with that. So have the team run as fast as they can at the problem. They'll work 20-hour days. They'll...
Okay, what happened to the commentator Ultra T? Well, he primarily wanted an entertaining show filled with Wignats, and that was not my choice. And so there's no reason, no incentive for him to come around anymore.
Heroically jump through these hoops, but no one's actually trying to remove those hoops to get that out the door. They're just counting on public servants' work.
So one way that Donald Trump can create much more effective and efficient government, right? One easy way that Donald Trump can improve the quality of government services, one way that Donald Trump can make the government much more efficient and effective is to do away with affirmative action and diversity, equity, and inclusion policies.
Working 20 hours a day.
Over the past year, I've noticed that you and I share a very uncomfortable opinion inside liberalism, which is Donald Trump and his allies have been very clear in their intention to use an authority called Schedule F, which can turn much of the federal workforce into political.
So I had a great time doing shows with the character now known as Ricardo, right? And in 2018, I put a much higher value on entertainment and wide open discussion than I do now, right? I changed, right? I changed, particularly after I stopped doing shows with Kevin Michael Grace. I changed by shrinking the Overton window of the topics that I would discuss and by putting a higher priority on what I believe to be true and good as opposed to just that which is entertaining. And so I have deliberately created a less entertaining, less compelling show that has much less spectacle in favor of a higher IQ, more pro-social, more serious show.
Appointees who could be fired at the will of the president. And they want to use this to hollow out much of the so-called deep state and replace it with their people. And because that is legitimately dangerous, if what you want to do is hollow out skilled employees and replace them with people who will prosecute your political enemies, the liberal response in many ways has been absolutely not no Schedule F. Mm-hmm. And your response, and to some degree mine, has been, okay, but does the civil service actually work as it is constructed, right? I mean, putting aside the question of whether or not you want Donald Trump in control of it, is hiring and firing authority, is management, is it?
Another thing that happened, I realized that most people who came on the show were acting against their own best interests, and that sickened me. So they were entertaining, they were compelling, they were car wrecks, they were spectacles, but they were saying things on the show that could forever haunt them and damage them, and they did not possess the good judgment that was necessary to participate in live streaming. So I think for 99% of people who talk about the controversial issues that we've talked about on this show, that 99% of people are not capable of discussing controversial, uncomfortable issues publicly and keeping that discussion within their own best interests. So I have put a higher priority on the well-being of my guests than on the compelling, entertaining nature of the show. Right? It sickens me now to bring people onto the show and to hear them say things that are going to be devastating to their lives. Right? I can no longer be oblivious to the ways that people would destroy their lives by speaking freely on the show. So 99% of people who want to come on the show, I don't want them on the show for the sake of their own well-being. That I put a higher priority on their own safety and progress in life and their connections with their friends and family than I do on creating a show filled with spectacle.
Working. So tell me a bit about how you've thought about that.
You know, I don't think Schedule F is civil service reform of any kind. My metaphor for it is the foundations of the building are fantastic. Go read the merit system principles. They're in the U.S. Code. They're great.
I was devastated by what happened to Casey. Right? Casey was a regular on the show. And whenever he appeared on this show, he never said anything that was out there. But when he went away from this show to just do his own thing on social media, he made reckless decision after reckless decision. He massively self-destructed. And I kept trying to warn him, and he wouldn't listen to me. And I was just absolutely sickened by how he self-destructed. Because while I was talking to him, while we had the framework, of the space of this show, he was responsible. But when I turned him on to this world of dissident ideas, and then he left the show and he wasn't talking to me, he was just talking to his audience. All right, he would say things to his audience that attracted a lot of spectacle and attention, but was absolutely ruinous to his life. And I thought someone who was married with kids in a tenure position as a member of faculty, that that person would be able to talk about controversial ideas in a non-self-destructive manner. And I was wrong. And when he flamed out, it sickened me. And I never wanted to play any role in making that easier for people to so destroy their lives. Now, I don't hold myself responsible for the things that he said outside of this show, but I still viscerally felt sickened, just absolutely heartsick, devastated, and wanting to do all that I could going forward to reduce the chances of anything like that happening again, even if I were to bear, say, only 1% responsibility.
We would all agree with them. You know, they go back to the 1883 Pendleton Act that says, hey, let's stop doing this based on favor. Let's hire people based on merit. Let's give them jobs that they can do with skill and integrity. Let's hold them accountable to working in the public interest. It's all great stuff. What has been built on that foundation over the past many decades no longer actually gets those outcomes, those principles direct. It's all the cruft that's been sort of layered on top isn't serving those principles. And we have to admit that. Now, if you're going to renovate a house, you're going to have to bring some sledgehammers and you're going to have to take some stuff down to the studs and rebuild from those principles up. That is something that the status quo, in which I do implicate the Democrats, hasn't taken it as a core agenda. It's just not been on the table. The problem with Schedule F is it's not taking things down to the studs. It's going at the foundation. It's going at the independence and integrity of the civil service,
Right. I was happy to interview and talk with people from the alt-right until the alt-right started murdering people en masse. That makes those conversations much more difficult.
I don't want at all, and I don't think does anything to help you with performance management or hiring on the basis of skills and experience.
You wrote something that I've been thinking about, and you said, Quote, don't get rid of all guardrails and let government run wild, but yes, pull back on processes that no longer serve us, that turn so much of what civil servants must do and what taxpayers foot the bill for into bullshit jobs. And stop pretending those mountains of procedures protect the vulnerable. In practice, paperwork favors the powerful. You're talking about bureaucratic process, and process always exists for a reason. And oftentimes the reason, certainly the stated reason, are good reasons, right? We want to protect the powerless. We want to protect against fraud. What for you are the most common places where process and the values that led to those processes diverge?
Maybe it's helpful to give you a concrete example. I mentioned civil service. It's something that's on my mind a lot for obvious reasons. But you have a system that is supposed to hire people on the basis of merit. But when you interpret that very, very, very rigidly, what you do is say, okay, we don't want to have people involved in selecting candidates who aren't familiar with all the ways in which we try to reduce or eliminate really bias in the process. And so what we'll do to hire civil servants is we will have HR people screen their resumes and look for, and I'm not kidding you, exact matches in the language between the job description and what's on their resume, because that's, if you're taking things very literally, an indicator that they have the exact right skills for the job. And then once you've found all the people who were great at cutting and pasting, then you send them all a self-assessment questionnaire, because it's safer to have them self-assess than it is to have, say, if it's a programming job, have programmers interview them where they might bring their own biases to the table. And then you've down-selected twice.
So Fox News and most media commentary and political commentary from the right is low IQ. And this idea that Canada's prime minister should not be dancing and enjoying a music concert while there are anti-Israel protests going on is ridiculous. Right? He should not put his life on hold because there are some anti-Israel protests. Just like the common right-wing critique of Kamala Harris that she was responsible for Joe Biden's decisions. As a vice president, she had no independent power of Joe Biden. Vice presidents rarely have independent power from a president, right? Vice presidents are employees. So you could be right-wing and free market, but your job might demand, as I'm thinking about one economist woman that I debated, her job essentially was to craft appeals for subsidies, all right, for her particular industry, right? Went completely against what she stood for, but that's what her job required. She shouldn't be ashamed of that, right? If you are a normal person, right, you're going to have to do all sorts of things at work that are not aligned with your values.
On the basis of their ability to copy and paste and then essentially lie about their skills, because if you don't put master on every single...
Okay, so what this woman is talking about is why people like Casey would say, all white-collar jobs are based in fraud. They're just not doing anything. Now, I think Casey is dramatically overstating his case there, but there's a nugget of wisdom in what he's saying, and this professor is developing on that idea.
Single level of the self-assessment, you don't make it to the next cut. Then we apply veterans preference, and that's the cert that gets handed to the hiring managers. And that is not consistent with merit. You really are then hiring people just who know.
Right. In the United States, in the corporate world, in the employment world, telling the truth is often going to get you fired and not hired. Now, you don't want to develop a reputation as a liar, but often you'll be told to say things on the phone to other people that are simply not true. If you want to preserve your job, you have to do that. You have to say that the boss is in a meeting when he's not in a meeting. He just doesn't want to take a phone call. In the United States, you're expected to exaggerate on your resume. If you're not lying and exaggerating, it appears like you don't really want the job. Now, there's a certain level of lying and deception that is not adaptive, even in the United States. But say, for example, people in Holland, right, they tend to understate their qualifications. In American culture, people tend to exaggerate their qualifications. You may be in a particular field running a business, and all your competitors are lying and cheating on their taxes and effectively getting away with it and are operating at very low risk of getting caught. And you're not going to be able to stay in business unless you do much of these same deceptive things. And so you can be super moral and go out of business, or you can adapt to the reality of your situation.
how to work the system. That process that I just described, where we rely entirely on self-assessments, is how 90% of competitive jobs are done in federal government. 90%. We do not assess independently.
Right. If you are asked in a job interview, what are your biggest weaknesses, right, you need to have prepared answers that where you're humble bragging. All right. There's a certain way that you need to play the game to get ahead, and being 100% truthful is simply maladaptive.
Presumably people come in an interview.
Yes, but the people who get interviewed are the people on that CERT list, sorry to use a technical term, who have been selected on those 3 steps.
And what is your understanding of how this evolved?
I think evolution is the right word. That did not follow directly from the Pendleton Act and the subsequent legislation on civil service. But over time, people create.
Okay, a question in the chat. Which book am I least likely to recommend to unstable people? Well, number one, if I am dealing with an adult, I am not going to take more than 5% responsibility for the negative consequences of what happens when they read a particular book. Right? That's on them. And if their instability isn't manifested as a result of reading this particular book, it's going to manifest in other ways. Right? It's not like they're just going to cruise through life, except Luke recommends some dissident book. But any book that at all encourages violence, all right, I wouldn't recommend the Bible to some people, right, who are unstable. All right, I wouldn't recommend anything that might predispose someone to reckless antisocial behavior. So from the Bible to their extreme works in Judaism, there are works that there's a book, Baruch HaGever, Baruch Goldstein, The Righteous. Baruch Goldstein went into a mosque and shot and killed about 30 worshippers, 30 Muslims at prayer. Right? I would not recommend that book. There are all sorts of austere and in my view, dangerous right-wing works of Orthodox Judaism that I would not recommend to people. In addition to Mein Kampf or Kevin MacDonald's Culture of Critique or the Turner Diaries. So from the religious to the secular, there are all sorts of books that I would not recommend to the unstable. But I don't believe that the unstable need to exercise a veto power on all ideas and all books that I discuss on the show.
Regulations and rules and processes and forms that they think are the correct interpretation of the law that came or the regulation that they're working off of. And they have this culture, I think, that supports that a very literal interpretation is the safest one. And you have a culture of fear in which, again, you're trying to defend essentially against the use of judgment. If you use judgment, somebody can criticize your judgment. If your process has no judgment in it, what is there to criticize?
Steve, I'm going to ask you the same question. How do you understand how, not necessarily that specific process, but the culture that leads to that process evolved?
Yeah, so lots of cases in American history, we've had agencies that had sufficiently strong leaders who had what Dan Carpenter calls reputations and networks. They were able to get their agencies out of the sort of pull down to the lowest common denominator and make them into really dynamic organizations focused on achieving something. So my dad entered into NASA in the 1960s, and this was an agency that actually had a lot of what political scientists call bureaucratic autonomy. It had a lot of ability to organize itself, to hire, to fire on the basis of very high standards for performance. And part of our story is just we're not creating new examples like NASA or the FBI in the 1930s or the Forest Service in the progressive era. And so part of the problem is simply that a lot of agencies that used to be really high performing because they were viewed as having critical national tasks have fallen back down. And the other part of it is something I talked about in an essay I wrote a few years ago called Kludgocracy is, again, there's no necessary system principle here, right? It's that, things go wrong, there's a scandal, we add a new process, we add a new procedure without really thinking about how it interacts with all the rest of it. And
so much of my life is lived probably in rebellion against the religious excess that I've witnessed firsthand, in rebellion against much of the way that my father has lived his life, and also in rebellion against the way that Dennis Prager operates. Like, Dennis Prager runs his show encouraging a parasocial relationship, encouraging his listeners to think of him as their friend, as a father figure, as someone who's an important source of wisdom and someone who wants to be a vital part of his listeners' lives. And so over time, I've come to see more and more of the dangers of right-wing talk radio, the idiocy of promoting these parasocial relationships. I don't like the religious perspective that everyone is just fodder for Christ or fodder for Torah, or in politics, everyone's just fodder for a particular political worldview. I think that much of right-wing commentary is low IQ, stupid, and maladaptive. And you see the low intellectual and moral quality of much of right-wing discourse by the ads, right? They're just supplement after supplement after supplement of highly dubious value. Their promotion of all sorts of schemes of buying silver and gold, which are just terrible for people. So, yeah, I've turned much more skeptical and critical of dominant right-wing discourse since listening to Decoding the Gurus, right? They played an important role in my life, but I also rebel against them because they refuse to acknowledge the obvious fact that different groups have different gifts. And instead, they just deride anyone who notes that different people have different gifts. They just deride them by calling them all sorts of nasty names.
So we shouldn't necessarily think that the problems that Jen is describing are a result of the fact that anybody designed this thing to operate this way. It's really the result of just additional layers of accretion without corresponding layers of destruction. And that's where I think.
And the chat says, I love turning my fiat cash dollars into silver and gold. What are you talking about? Well, there are cost-effective, efficient ways of turning your fiat dollars into gold and silver. And there are inefficient rip-off ways. I don't want you to use the rip-off ways. I don't want to have sponsors that are a rip-off. And most of the sponsors for right-wing talk radio are probably bad for you. Right? Most of the buying gold and silver schemes that are promoted in right-wing talk radio are a rip-off. Don't use them. Right? Be smart. Most of the supplements that fund the conservative movement are not helping you. Don't take them.
I think Jen's earlier point that we actually do need, in some cases, a moment where we're clear-cutting through a lot of this stuff to go back and think about how would we design organizations if we really thought that their missions were critical and urgent and needed to happen fast, whether it's climate or building infrastructure or anything else. We would not design organizations that looked like this.
But we're skipping over a really important point here that Steve touched on when he mentioned scandal, which is the adversarial nature of all this. So when I said you have to be able to defend the candidate you just chose or the regulation that you just wrote because the process was right. And
so a significant way that I've changed in the last few years, in significant part because of listening to Decoding the Gurus, is recognizing how often the left is substantially right about something. And there's a great essay here by Rick Perlstein in November 2012, The Long Con, Mail Order Conservatism. And it notes that the sponsors for all sorts of right-wing websites and operations like Newsmax and right-wing talk radio are just ripoffs. They're just idiotic schemes. The 23-cent heart miracle that Washington, the medical industry, and drug companies refuse to tell you about. Dear Newsmax reader, please find below a special message from our sponsor, editor of Outside the Box. He has some important information to share with you. Right? You can now invest with a clear conscience because an Israeli entrepreneur, Zami Aberman, has discovered an oil field in the placenta. His little company, Pluristem Life Systems, has made a discovery which is more valuable than da-da-da-da-da. Right? This is a very valid critique from the left of the companies that sponsor right-wing media.
The less judgment that was involved in it, the easier it is to defend it. The reason for that is that people attack you all the time. It's a political world in which somebody is going to say, I don't like that decision, much more than in the private sector. And so we really shouldn't understate the degree that the adversarial nature of this drives that risk aversion. And I think that's true earlier, too. I mean, we were talking about the Democrats being the party of defending these institutions. There are those like Mark Dunkelman out there who he has a book coming out on this, who'll say, I don't know, I actually see a lot in the Democratic Party, which is about attacking the institutions. And Steve was referring to that earlier, sort of the 60s and 70s. That's still very much in our DNA as Democrats, is to sue, sue, sue. Well, if we sue, sue, sue all the time for all sorts
Suing
of reasons.
government here, you mean?
Exactly. I'm sorry. Suing.
Right. Cyber currencies are a scam. They provide no value. Right. Investing in Bitcoin, other cyber currencies, this is just a scam. Don't do it. And have some disgust and direct some opprobrium at those who promote these dubious schemes.
The government, then every time we sue, we make the government more risk averse. There's a lot of adversarialism out there, and the natural result of that is going to be a system in which you defend your judgments by using no judgment.
I think Jen's right that a lot of that suspicion of judgment really comes in two layers. It comes in the one is the 60s and 70s layer, when the left and liberals were mostly on the outside attacking institutions. They were attacking government institutions that...
Right. Much of what Donald Trump says is a lie. Right. Many of his picks are unsuited and unqualified for their nominated positions. And if you're on the right and you can't say that, then you're not optimizing for truth. You're optimizing as a partisan. Right. I support Donald Trump. Right. I think he's a far better candidate than Kamala Harris. But much of what he does is running a con. The founder of the Alexander technique, which I admire and devote much of my life to, he said a lot of things that were a con. He had all the characteristics of the con man, except he really did have something that was of value underneath all the lying and duplicity. Steve Bannon does not optimize for truth.
Agency, go to Congress and undo it and rebuild a federal law enforcement force if you need it somehow around the U.S. Attorney. First thing I do to the FBI is go over there with the 250 lawyers they have, clean them all out, send them over to DOJ, and then maybe use them after you fire all the U.S. attorneys, which I've recommended. You should ask for the letters of resignation of all the U.S. attorneys at 1 minute afternoon on the 20th of January 2025. Ask for those. Take the lawyers from the FBI, put them in justice, and then either keep them or get rid of them. But the FBI, I think, ought to be taken apart.
I want to remind you of something very interesting, and because people missed this when it happened. When Biden came into office in August of that first year, he fired me and everyone else who served on the Service Academy boards. I was on the board of visitors to the U.S. Naval Academy, and he fired everyone. And I sued all these other. It's funny how many other people President Trump supported and nominated who wouldn't join the lawsuit. It was
right. Sean Spicer and Steve Bannon are not going to say anything that could possibly damage Donald Trump and his cause. They do not optimize for truth. I don't necessarily criticize them for that, but they're essentially advocates and activists for Donald Trump. And they don't mind saying things that are not true if that might promote the cause.
Was Spicer v. Biden, because a bunch of these people who are so committed to President Trump, they didn't want their name on a lawsuit. So anyway, we sued President Biden. And here is the dirty secret, Steve. My term ended in November. So I was about 2 months out from, and I knew I wasn't going to be renominated by Biden, but he fired us. And so by the time we went to court, my term was over. And he fought us in court and said that they had absolute authority, regardless of what the law said and what Congress had written, to fire anybody, anytime. Now, here's why this matters. For anybody worth their salt, they realized my term had expired by the time we went to court and by the time we appealed it. The goal was never to actually get all of me and these other folks back on the boards. It was to make them affirmatively argue in a court that they had the authority to do this. Now, guess what? President Trump can use the Biden arguments that were successful in court to say, you guys laid out the precedent.
You ought to say this on air. You better I'll connect you to Bill McGinley. You got to get to McGinley. Right?
I know, but isn't this beautiful? We knew what we were doing, and nobody in the media, they kept saying, you lost the case. And I went, you dummies have no idea what we're doing because we just played you all. We made you go to court and fight to say we had the authority. And I think that they forgot. So when President Trump comes in right now, all he has to do is say, Joe Biden gave us the precedent. And the courts have affirmed that he has everything he needs to do. And I was laughing all the way to his second term because I was going, you guys just screwed up.
Right. I love listening to Sean Spicer and Steve Bannon here. It makes me feel great as a right-wing partisan. But I'd be an idiot if I am thinking that they're optimizing for truth. They're not. They're highly partisan. They are political activists, and truth is not their highest value.
so royally.
Well,
You
no,
got me off a board for 60 days.
Because they never thought Trump would be back. And they understood that a standard stock Republican would never do that. They would never, oh gosh.
Yeah, and by the way, just as I mentioned, we might want to remember who those people were that refused to put their name on the lawsuit because they were so worried about etiquette and norms. I said, screw it, let's fight for principle. And guess what? And now we win.
I was so proud when you did that, and quite frankly, a little disappointed in people that President Trump, because remember, even every nomination he did, everything he did was a struggle everywhere. So it was a struggle because the apparatus, the established order just fought him on everything. So look, good on you.
Look, I agree with Sean Spicer and Steve Bannon far more than I agree with Ezra Klein. But Ezra Klein is striving to optimize for truth. It doesn't always get there, but it's a much higher value to him than it is for political activists such as Spicer and Bannon.
They thought we're building too many dams and not using public lands in the right way, and we're too close, and we were worried about capture. And so we built a lot of these institutions and rules and procedures in order to stop that. And then simultaneously, there was also a feeling on the right that these government institutions were connected to professions that were viewed as being ideologically not sympathetic to them. And so they wanted to, govern them and get rid of the discretion of them for those ideological or cultural reasons. And so we have, in a way, a bunch of legacy institutions from an earlier era of liberal distrust layered onto a bunch of institutions and rules and supervision of contempt.
Right. So it's worth asking, when it comes to news and opinion and commentary, are you optimizing for people who will tell you the truth, or you're optimizing for people who will say things that make you feel good? Right? Do you optimize for MAGA, or do you optimize for truth? Right? If you optimize for truth, you recognize that Donald Trump says a lot of lies. If you optimize for truth, you recognize that a lot of what Donald Trump brings in his way is chaos and carelessness. You recognize that some of his cabinet picks, such as Gaetz, Hegseth, and Kennedy, are absolutely terrible, unqualified. You recognize that Steve Bannon shills for Trump's agenda, and that he's not optimizing for truth.
Temporary right-of-center distrust of bureaucracy, and the result is that it's really hard to create agencies that are focused on doing stuff and achieving relatively consensual goals.
In the market, a company is vulnerable to profits and losses. If they're not selling the product, eventually they'll go out of business. And the government is vulnerable to political critique.
Right. If you optimize for truth, you recognize that Elon Musk says a lot of lies, that Elon Musk tweets a lot of nonsense, that Elon Musk deserves great scrutiny and skepticism, just like any other self-interested actor. You should also recognize that he's a person of great achievement and quality. But it doesn't mean that he optimizes for truth. He doesn't.
Critique. And that critique can express itself in elections. It can express itself through having the agency.
But when it comes to group differences, almost no academic will optimize for the obvious truth of group differences. They put their comfort and their career and their well-being way ahead of telling the truth.
He had dragged before Congress. But what the agencies, what the bureaucracy does in response to critique, at least when critique gets to a certain level, is adopt or have imposed upon it some kind of process, at least facially, answers the critique. And so some of these critiques are on the left, right? There's bias in your hiring. Some of them are on the right. The NIH or the NSF are funding stupid studies, right? Why are you studying the sex lives of beetles? Something you've seen coming up right now with Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk getting ready for their government efficiency commission. But it's not really about the delivery of services, and it doesn't get answered that way.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay, let's wash our souls in the well springs of Torah. This is Professor Mark Shapiro talking about great rabbinic thinkers, and his focus is on Rabbi Shmuel Moholova.
Remember, as I'm investigating this, it's blowing me away because I never heard this. And it's so strange because then what does that mean? That is, if non-Jewish societies can set up any system they want, murder can be okay. So like I said, I think you have to assume that certain natural laws still apply, but it's very strange. So Ian, I thank you for sending me an article from an unpublished responsum from Rabbi Yisachar Katz from a couple of years ago. I could send it to everyone. I haven't checked all of his sources, but I did check some of his sources. Encourage them to do it. God doesn't punish them for this. In complete opposition to the Rambam. And Rabbi Katz's point was about should we be involved in trying to influence the non-Jews on abortion? Because it's the 7 Shemot of Noach. And according to the Rambam.
Referring to the 7 laws of the children of Noah, you have The dominant perspective on abortion from Orthodox rabbis is that it is killing, but it is not the same level of moral gravity as murder of a born human being.
They're obligated not to do abortions. So that's why he gets into that whole discussion. So thank you very much. Ian, let us begin. Here, incidentally, I didn't show you, here's a picture of Rav Oliver. In the yeshiva, the English they speak in yeshivas, eina lo lashon velo safa. That is English, yeshivish. That they speak in yeshivas is not English.
Right, so this modern Orthodox rabbi said it was very important that Jews learn to speak fluently the language of the country in which they live, in which they're a citizen. Part of being a good citizen is meeting your responsibilities to your country, and that includes fluency in its dominant language.
Not safa, not lashon. Sometimes you hear these rabbis, like on tapes or on podcasts, and they speak perfect English. Other times you hear them, and every other word is a Gemara expression or Hebrew or Yiddish. And I think sometimes that if people I work with, non-Jews, were to listen to us, they wouldn't understand it. Literally, they couldn't understand it because almost every sentence has an expression. I don't mean non-Jews, people with not a good yeshiva background wouldn't understand it. I don't even know if people, I don't even know if women, even with all the years of Jewish education and even having gone to seminaries, would understand it. Okay? It says you shall gather your grain. And then, but what about the Torah? It also says you should not depart from your mouth.
So you can study Torah and it's not necessarily going to make you a better person, right? If you have some controlling addiction operating in your life, which I had a whole bunch of emotional addictions that were dominating my life, and until I got them under control, until I got treated for ADHD, right, I was not able to use Torah to make myself a better person. So you can be disgusting with the permission of the Torah. But if you're in a balanced, healthy place, Torah can be a path to a higher level of behavior.
Mouth. So how are you supposed to gather your grain? And he says, you might have thought that this means that you literally should spend your days only in Torah study. So the pasuk says you shall gather your grain. What does it say? It says, that is, set aside time also for gathering your grain, not only for Torah, but also for work. This is a statement of Rabbi Shmuel. So here you have a steer of Rabbi Shmuel. In one place, Rabbi Shmuel says you can't do anything other than Torah. In another place, he says, no. Unlike Russian Lecha, he says you have to, when it's time to gather the crops, you gather the crops. When you have to plant, you plant, all these sorts.
So the Haredi, the traditional Orthodox in Israel, by and large, do not serve in the IDF, right? They don't put their own lives on the line to defend and protect their country, and they don't carry the burden of providing for themselves. Instead, they secure welfare payments from the country that they do not serve and protect.
Sorts of things. So here he's speaking of like a Torah der Haaretz. So what is it? So Rav Oliver said, and this is important for Rav Oliver, because Rav Oliver is arguing that we need to teach our young people now secular studies. And if you're going to come to him with an argument from Rabbi Shmuel, well, what's he going to respond? So he says that in the first case, the person where the answer...
Right, if you don't put an emphasis on secular studies, if you don't teach young children to become fluent in the dominant language of the country in which they're a part, right, you're going to condemn them largely to a life of freeloading and theft and not living up to their wider responsibilities. And you're going to create many incentives for the non-Jews to loathe these Jews who are freeloading off the system.
Was find me a time that's neither day nor night, he said.
And you have all sorts of Orthodox academies, particularly in the Northeast, who do not provide even the basics of a secular education. And so these traditional Orthodox kids grow up to be often freeloaders and thieves. And the rabbis create these systems discouraging the serious teaching of secular subjects, because they want to protect the kids, understandably, from the perils of the wider secular world. But by discouraging the learning of English and math and basic science, they make it very difficult for these children to earn an honorable livelihood and to meet their obligations to wider society, thus incentivizing non-Jews to have a great deal of skepticism and even contempt for these particular Jews who are freeloading off the system.
Says that is all that person was interested, his nephew, not with Tzarech HaChayav, Rak Oneg V'Shashuim. He just wanted to know the language for the sake of knowing it. There are no Greek ideas. He just wanted to be a philosopher or intellectual or something. So for that, if you have Greek wisdom versus Torah, you only do Torah. But to learn so that you can provide for your family, that sort of thing, there Rabbi Shmuel would say, absolutely, you have to. And we decide halacha like Rabbi Shmuel. So here's a good question, though. Rav Mo, would Rav Mo support the Torah Umada, Rav Lichtenstein idea that, yes, you should read Emerson and Whitehead and all these things, and Augustine?
Are Haredi Jews who don't have any secular education just an Israeli thing? No. We had an exhaustive New York Times investigation where graduates of all sorts of yeshivas in the Northeast just had the most rudimentary knowledge of English and mathematics and science. Right? It's a problem throughout the Haredi world, in the Northeast of the United States particularly, and in Israel.
The answer is no, because Rabbi Shmuel says we don't need those things. If you find me a time when it's neither day nor night, then you can read Augustine, and then you can read Wordsworth and all these people that Rav Lichtenstein liked. But other than that, you can't. So Rav Lichtenstein, obviously, and the whole Torah Mata philosophy is going to have to find other sources to justify removing oneself from Torah, because if you're reading Milton, you're not reading Torah at that time. But so, as you know, they certainly do have their sources and they can justify it, and that's not a problem. But he continues in this article that he said, so, why is this even a chiddush, what he's saying? He says that the Gemara tells us that just like Hashem, it's a kiddushin. I mean, there's a chiyuv. The Gemara says you have to teach your child a trade. By the way, the Rambam doesn't record this as halacha explicitly. He seems to, we've talked in the past, he seems...
Right, in the United States, this is overwhelmingly a problem only of Hasidic yeshivas. Right, Litvak, non-Hasidic yeshivas do teach the basics of a secular education in the United States.
To refer to it in another place, sort of derech hagav, but you'd think that he put this right there. But the Gemara says it explicitly, and I think you can usually take it to the bank that when the Gemara tells you something, especially for practical life, and you do otherwise, it's going to create problems for you. The fact is, there are communities that don't follow this approach of the Gemara, but it's right there in the Gemara. And then he continues, that the Chazal also tell us that you have to add something to Torah. Now, of course, what do people learn all day? Well, that's referred that when the Gemara says you need to add something to Torah, malacha, it's referring to the average person. The majority of people. Is that 90%? Is that 99%? The point is that it's Torah only. The Gemara tells you itself is not the proper way. That's just not the way the world can work. And then he goes on in this article saying that, don't worry, these schools we set up will be under the supervision of Gedolei HaRabbanim. And then, and when we do that, he says all the young people, all the families will send their children to these schools. It's interesting in this article, then he speaks about the army situation. I briefly mentioned it last week, but he says that when the non-Jews attack us and say that we don't want to go to the army, we try to get out of it, he's saying that they do this, they say this because of sinna, and they're just distorting the truth. I mean, this is, like I said last class, that some things you have to take with a grain of salt because of the censor. Obviously, when Rav Oliver is writing about how we need to educate secular studies, he means it. But when he writes about how it's a canard to say that the Jews...
You can usually expect that any graduate of a Hasidic yeshiva is going to have only the most elementary and basic fluency with English, with math, and with science. Of course, there are exceptions. There are Hasidic families that pay for tutoring for their children, but this is the normal result for graduates of Hasidic yeshivot in the United States and Israel.
So Russia wanted to get us serving in an army. It's not a canard. Everyone knows that that's something they wanted to do. Okay, let us continue. Let me get my papers out here. Another thing I want to mention, I mean, this is all before we get to Zionism. He was a leading public intellectual among the Russian rabbinic elite before he started speaking about matters dealing with Zionism.
Right. If you use yeshivot and traditional Orthodox ways of living to produce unproductive citizens who are not ready to take on their responsibilities to the wider society and to earn an honorable living, right? You make God, you make Torah, you make Judaism, you make traditional ways of life stink in the noses of disinterested observers, people who don't have an agenda one way or another, but they see this freeloading and thievery that results from a lack of a solid secular education. How could they not have disgust for these communities? Now, there are also many beautiful things that come out of these communities. I certainly would not encourage hating on these communities, but I would encourage hating on that aspect of the community that does not adequately prepare their children for an honorable living and an honorable taking on of responsibilities as a citizen of the United States or of Israel.
He says, one more thing about the anti-Semitism. He says in an article,
and Cal says they all speak English. They all have the same secular education as those who attend New York City public schools. That is not true. Right? Their English and their level of secular education is way below the average of public schools in New York. That's indisputable.
He says as follows. This is interesting. That when we're going to see his interest in colonies, settlement, agriculture work in the land of Israel. But he actually started speaking about that in Russia, that we should work the land in Russia. That never really took off. When they saw that this couldn't happen, that's when they got the idea, well, we can have agricultural colonies in America and Argentina. But he's speaking in Russia, and he says that
This article was written by Eliza Shapiro and Brian M. Rosenthal and read by Samantha Dez. The Hasidic Jewish community has long operated one of New York's largest private schools on its own terms, resisting any outside scrutiny of how its students are faring.
Right. Any school system that resists any outside scrutiny of how its students are faring is highly likely to be corrupt and ineffective and inefficient.
But in 2019, the school, the Central United Talmudical Academy, agreed to give state-standardized tests in reading and math to more than 1,000 students. Every one of them failed.
So how many public schools with more than 1,000 students had their students take these standardized tests in reading and math, and every single one failed? Right? I don't think there are many New York public schools where every single one of their students fail these standardized tests. This is a major problem in America's Hasidic Jewish community in not adequately preparing its children for an honorable life.
Students at nearly a dozen other schools run by the Hasidic community recorded similarly dismal outcomes that year, a pattern that under ordinary circumstances would signal an education system in crisis. But where other schools might be struggling because of underfunding or mismanagement, these schools are different. They are failing by design.
They are failing by the specific design of the rabbis who run these communities.
The leaders of New York's Hasidic community have built scores of private schools to educate children in Jewish law, prayer, and tradition, and to wall them off from the secular world. Offering little English and math and virtually no science or history, they drill students relentlessly, sometimes brutally, during hours of religious lessons conducted in Yiddish. The result...
I know so many kids who've gone to these schools where they were just beaten, where they were just treated horribly.
A New York Times investigation.
That does not mean that there aren't thousands of children who had a wonderful experience, right? These are not hellish places. They're hellish places for certain personalities, right? But there's great beauty in these communities. There are great advantages to being a part of these communities. There is great beauty in this way of education. There are many benefits from this way of education, but there is a problem. And I'm primarily focusing on the problem, but I don't want to focus on the problem without giving the context of there are many beauties to this way of life. And there are many advantages to this schooling system. It's not just something that is just uniformly awful. For some people, it's an awful experience. For most kids who go through this education, it's not an awful experience, but they are not adequately prepared for wider society.
Has found is that generations of children have been systematically denied a basic education, trapping many of them in a cycle of joblessness and dependency. Segregated by gender, the Hasidic system fails most starkly in its more than 100 schools for boys. Spread across Brooklyn and the lower Hudson Valley, the schools turn out thousands of students each year who are...
So I often get into discussions with my friends who are raised Orthodox, and they tell me that 50% of children raised Orthodox in the United States are no longer Orthodox, right? Just referring to their own firsthand experience. So my expectation is that 80% of Orthodox children go on to stay affiliated Orthodox.
Are unprepared to navigate the outside world, helping to push poverty rates in Hasidic neighborhoods to some of the highest.
Yeah, it's far more common in a yeshiva for a kid to get beaten, while that's virtually unknown in a public school, right? That's, I believe, illegal for a public school teacher, certainly to do it in California, right? I was regularly beaten by my teachers, right, through 5th grade. I was hit with rulers, right, until I came to California in 1977. I went to a private Seventh-day Adventist school, but thank God I came to California when I was age 11 and did 6th grade here, and I was no longer beaten by my teachers.
In New York. The schools appear to be operating in violation of state laws that guarantee children an adequate education.
Okay, would I care to elaborate on the beauty of these communities? Right, most children raised as Orthodox Jews are virgins when they get married. Most Orthodox Jews don't get divorced. Most Orthodox Jewish female students don't suffer from eating disorders. There are very few trans in this community, right? They very rarely commit any form of violent crime, right? They have a high level of family stability and cohesion. Relatively few of these people are lonely. Most of the people in these communities have a visceral sense of purpose and meaning in life.
Even so, the Times found, the Hasidic boys' schools have found ways of tapping into enormous sums of government money, collecting more than $1 billion in the past 4 years alone.
Now, this should be placed in the context of their parents are paying in to fund public schools through their taxes that they don't use. So Orthodox Jews pay a significant amount of taxes in the United States for public schools that they don't use.
Warned about the problems over the years, city and state officials have avoided taking action, bowing to the influence of Hasidic leaders who push their followers to vote as a bloc and have made safeguarding the schools their top political priority. I don't know how to put into words how frustrating it is.
Now, I recognize there are advantages to equipping your children with very weak secular studies. You make it more likely that they stay within the community, right? You reduce their exposure to all sorts of, decadent, maladaptive, and self-destructive ways of living in the wider secular world.
Said Moishe Klein, who recently left the community after realizing it had not.
Is it a myth that child abuse is rife within these particular communities? I'm not sure if it's any more rife than within various secular communities. It is a problem. I don't know if it is greater than in secular communities. It has the potential to be greater than because of traditional communities, not just Hasidic or Jewish traditional communities, but traditional communities by and large don't go to outsiders for help.
Not taught him basic grammar, let alone the skills needed to find a decent job. I thought, it's crazy that I'm literally not learning anything. It's crazy that I'm 20 years old. I don't know any higher order math, never.
So as a convert to Judaism, someone who converted in large part because I looked at Judaism as a step-by-step detailed system for making better people in a better world, it was shocking to me how in just my firsthand experience, little correlation there is between Torah knowledge, Torah observance, and being a decent person, right? You can observe Torah and know Torah and be a good person, but you can also study Torah, observe Torah, and be disgusting. I was not ready for that. I was surprised by that, right? I was surprised to find that an Orthodox rabbi knowledgeable in Torah is no more likely to be honest in business than an atheist plumber.
Or learned any science. To examine the Hasidic schools, the Times reviewed thousands of pages of public records, translated dozens of Yiddish language documents, and interviewed more than 275 people, including current and former students, teachers, administrators, and regulators.
Now, I think it's great that most Orthodox Jews are virgins when they get married. But this also comes with some problems, right? Many Orthodox Jewish men that I just heard from my firsthand experience are married to women who do not enjoy sex, who are unable to relax into enjoying sex. There is an awful amount of sexual dysfunction and addiction to pornography and to using prostitutes within the Orthodox Jewish community.
The review provided a rare look inside a group of schools that is keeping some 50,000 boys from learning a broad array of secular subjects. The students in the boys' schools are not simply falling behind. They are suffering from levels of educational deprivation not seen anywhere else in New York, the Times found. Only 9 schools in the state had less than 1% of students testing at grade level in 2019.
So overall, the highest achieving Jews are modern Orthodox Jews. They submit to many of the essential disciplines of Orthodox Judaism, while they also get secular education. They're frequently in their professions. They're doctors and lawyers and attorneys. They're dentists and accountants. They're running businesses. They're highly entrepreneurial and very impressive people by and large. They tend to have much more ethical conduct than the traditional Orthodox because they're usually parts of professions that have ethical codes. Overwhelmingly, they pay far more in taxes than they take out in social welfare spending. So the modern Orthodox, don't have these problems described in this article. On the other hand, they are more vulnerable to other problems of the secular world, of falling into degenerate lifestyles, to lives, lacking in meaning and purpose, and losing touch with the divine, the transcendent, the holy, the beautiful, and the good.
The last year for which full data was available. All of them were Hasidic boys' schools. Girls receive more.
So I notice in my firsthand empirical experience, and I also heard it validated by people such as Mark Shapiro, that there are tens of thousands of American Jews that would want to be modern Orthodox, to be part of these high-achieving modern Orthodox communities, but they simply cannot afford to be, because modern Orthodox synagogues and the modern Orthodox way of life and modern Orthodox yeshivas are far more expensive than the Haredi traditional yeshivas and communities.
More secular education because they study fewer religious texts. But they too are struggling. About 80% of the girls who took standardized tests last year failed.
So if a rabbi offers you a great business deal, just know that he is no more likely to be honest in this business transaction than an atheist landscaper. He's not less likely to be honest either, right? In my experience, Orthodox rabbis are at an average level of honesty with regard to their business transactions.
The boys' schools cram in secular studies only after a full day of religious lessons.
And in the chat, right, Kemedov comes from, I believe, the Northeast, which is much more traditional, much more committed to family and tribe and traditional ways of living. And I am on the West Coast, where religion, family, and tribal identification is much weaker. So people from the Northeast come to the West Coast, and they will regard often the Orthodox Judaism that they're exposed to as a joke. They will find it incredibly lax.
Offer reading and math just 4 days a week, often for 90 minutes a day, and only for children between the ages of 8 and 12. Some discourage further secular study at home. No English books whatsoever, one school's rulebook warns. Often, English teachers cannot speak the language.
Now, if you were to look at the finances of yeshivas, if you were to look at the way they report their finances, all right, they are filled with highly dubious accounting practices. It is a shanda. It is a scandal how they operate. Right? There are all sorts of very dodgy financial practices rife within yeshivas. And whenever the United States has gone to war, such as in Vietnam and World War II, where there's been a draft, tens of thousands of Jewish men will start enrolling in a yeshiva to get an exemption so they don't have to serve in America's armed forces.
Which fluently themselves. Many earn as little as $15 an hour. Some have been hired off Craigslist or ads on lampposts. During religious study, teachers in many...
So I recognize that wanting a secular education does not mean they want to be modern Orthodox. I mean, a lot of people want to belong to a prestigious modern Orthodox community, completely aside from the question of secular education, but they simply cannot afford to do so. That by and large, synagogue membership and tuition at a modern Orthodox Jewish day school is approximately twice that of the Haredi synagogue and school.
In working the land, then the non-Jews won't say to us that we live on the cheshbon acherim. You know what they say? Jews just make a living off of money. And so he says we have to show them that we can also work the land. And he says not just working the land, all sorts of professions with our hands. And he says, look at the sages of past in the Gemara, that they were ovdei adam of a roet zone. And then he continues that they were also rofim and philosophers, etc., etc. So he speaks, as I mentioned last class a little bit, but let's read another text. He speaks about how important it is to follow.
So if you go to your typical modern Orthodox synagogue versus your typical Haredi synagogue, you'll notice on average about a 10 IQ point difference, right? Modern Orthodox life is so expensive that only the way above average IQ can financially make it.
Follow the laws of Russia. He says it's a chov kadosh aleinu, that we had in the Torah obligated us not to be kfuyei tov, ungrateful. This you can find in many writings, but Rav Oliver means it.
Luke, not long ago you were asked about how I felt about the charge of Donald Trump dodging the draft. You replied, you don't judge anyone for having tried to evade serving in Vietnam. Yeah, I guess I go back and forth. I regard those who do their duty and serve, that there is a considerable honorable element to it. But I don't castigate those who try to evade their duty. But I do think it is worth pointing out when you have communities set up to enable thousands of their members to evade the draft by enrolling them in yeshivas where they're not doing anything substantial, where it's just a scheme to evade the requirements of the land. So yeah, I will go back and forth on how much I would condemn that, because I frankly I'd probably do that myself. So I don't want to sound too high and mighty here.
Convinced of that. He says that Russia grants us the ability to live in their land, and today, looking back at it, obviously Russia's a terrible place to live, and they're very oppressive. But at the time, that's what you have.
Russia is a terrible place compared to where, right? There are many ways that the quality of life is higher in Russia, right? There are things that you can talk about openly in Russia that you can't talk about openly in the United States, such as group differences. There's a traditional way of life in Russia. They don't have same-sex marriage. So it depends on your hero system whether or not life in Russia is so terrible, right? You can make a very strong argument from Torah that it is forbidden for a Jew to live in the United States or any country that has same-sex marriage, right? The opposition to same-sex marriage and to that kind of sexual decadence from the traditional Torah-based worldview is so strong that many Orthodox rabbis have argued that it is a serious question whether an Orthodox Jew is permitted to even live in the United States, and that it would be far preferable for them to live in a land such as Russia, which forbids same-sex marriage. I don't know enough Torah to render a judgment on it, but it is something that knowledgeable Orthodox rabbis will discuss.
So Chazal have always told us that we need to Dina de Malchus applies. Dina de Malchus applies with anti-Semitic governments. This idea that people
right, Dina Malchus Dina means you have to obey the law of the land. Right, that is a requirement on a Jew. It is a fundamental part of the traditional Torah-based worldview, and that even applies if the government is quote-unquote anti-Semitic, right? Because without government, men will eat each other alive, so the normal, healthy Torah Jew prays for the welfare of his Gentile government.
Might think that Dina de Malchusa only applies living in democracy. It's not true. Dina de Malchusa Dina is established in the days of the sages. The Roman Empire was anti-Semitic, or oppressive to a certain extent. I will say, though, the Jews in Rome, they did not oppress them. At the same time that the Jews of the land of Israel are being oppressed, and even during the revolt, the war.
And the chat says, Judaism flourished in the United States, not so much in Russia. Yeah, in relative terms, there is great truth to that. But overwhelmingly, when Jews have had a choice, they have fled from Orthodox Judaism. That's true in the United States. It's true in Europe. American Jews are the most secular ethnic group in America, of which I'm aware. That compared to Christianity, Judaism has had a very difficult time dealing with modernity. Christianity has been much more flexible.
When they're taking back hostages and taking back prisoners and fighting against Jews in the land of Israel, they didn't take it out on the Jews in Rome, which is an amazing thing. But let's say in the land of Israel, Jews were oppressed. In Babylonia, Jews were treated with anti-Semitism throughout the Middle Ages until the United States of America.
It's not relative at all. Well, most Jews who immigrated to the United States came from a traditional Jewish background, and most of them let go of that traditional way of life. So Jews came to America, overwhelmingly, they dropped the practice of traditional Judaism. Now, under the Soviet Union, the practice of Judaism was forbidden. When those restrictions were loosened, there was not an overwhelming desire to return to the synagogue and a traditional way of life. So yeah, it is objectively true that Judaism flourished more in the United States than in the Soviet Union, but flourished as in overwhelmingly Jews coming from a traditional Jewish way of life abandoned their traditional Jewish way of life in the United States. So there was wholesale destruction of the traditional way of life once Jews immigrated to the United States.
There was no such thing as a secular government where Jews were not, at least officially, discriminated against religiously. And no one ever said that Dina Malchusa doesn't apply. Even to pay taxes more. The Shulchan Aruch is explicit that if Jews have to pay more taxes than non-Jews, you still have to pay it. That's Dina Malchusa Dina.
And the chat says, I thought religious communities don't care much about the Gentile laws unless directly aimed at them. That is true in practice. Right? This is Mark Shapiro giving over the teachings of a particular rabbi who objected to this de facto attitude of traditional Jews.
Now, if they tax us too much, that's considered thievery. Then you don't need to. But the idea that, I mean, it's amazing because if an anti-Semitic government was elected in any of our countries now, we'd immediately assume that we don't have to be loyal to this government. There's no Dina Malchusa Dina, but that's not the halacha. And he goes on talking about how.
So this rabbi would be appalled by these Hasidic yeshivas that don't provide adequate secular education for the children.
Much we have to respect Russia, and that he says that the laws.
Right. It's very un-Toradic. All right, it's very much against the traditional Jewish way of life to have contempt for your Gentile country, the country of which you are a citizen.
Of Russia, chamurim yoter midine haTorah. I mean, it could, because you violate these laws, they're more stringent. We have to treat more stringently the laws of the Torah because you violate them. It can lead to matters of life and death. And he says that if we follow the laws, even those who hate us the most won't be able to accuse us of things. In other words, you're not going to have pogroms, you're not going to have anti-Semitism. He's hoping. And of course, as we mentioned in the last class, he's even okay with, today earlier, he's even okay with Jews serving in the army.
So I would venture, just based on my firsthand conversations, that most Orthodox rabbis would discourage any Jew from joining the American armed forces because of the difficulty that would come with membership in the armed forces and trying to keep Sabbath and kashrut. It seems to me that only a tiny minority of Orthodox rabbis would recommend it.
I mean, he says that serving in his grandson wrote a memoir, and his grandson said that my grandfather Romoliver thought this was when you serve in the army, you're doing it l'shem Khaw Yisrael.
So Dina Malchusa Dina, observing the laws of the land, that is not the laws as they are written on the books. It refers to observing the laws as they are practiced by your fellow citizens, right? Is the law as lived and practiced, not the law on the books. So if everyone drives 70 miles an hour in a 55 mile an hour zone, you are not obliged by Torah to drive 55. If everyone in a particular line of business cheats in a certain area of taxation, you are not obliged to do differently.
Not to shame Russia, but because you're showing them that we also are attached to the land. And the grandson says that the only way we can expect equality is if we have obligations, and that's the army. Now, granted, he took care, and he wanted to make this is definitely you need to do. He took care in supplying people in the army with kosher food,
and so you will find modern Orthodox rabbis who will ask Jews who own non-kosher restaurants to at least use kosher meat. So the restaurant will not be kosher. They won't abide by all the restrictions of Jewish law, but they will try to reduce the level of sin that Jews will suffer when they eat at these non-kosher restaurants by at least persuading the restaurant owners to use kosher meat.
And that they could have a good environment on Shabbos and holidays. It says that the Jewish soldiers where Rav Moliver lived, at Radom and Bialystok, they would always...
And Chat says, I've heard from many rabbis that speeding and cutting lights violates Dina Malchus Adina. These are rabbis who are not particularly well informed. Right? Most Orthodox rabbis are not particularly well informed about Torah. Right? There are widely varying standards for what constitutes an Orthodox rabbi. So just because someone presents as an Orthodox rabbi, just because someone authentically is an Orthodox rabbi, it doesn't mean they actually know anything.
They get off on Shabbos. They would be at his house, and because they needed his house on Shabbos. So,
right, most Orthodox rabbis in the United States will try to tell you that the teachings of the Chafetz Chaim with regard to acceptable speech embody Judaism's attitudes towards the laws of proper speech. And it's a lie. It's a total lie, right? What the Chafetz Chaim did, this 19th century into the early 20th century rabbi did, was he took all sorts of agadata, right, stories in the Masorah, the Jewish tradition, and transformed them into laws. There's absolutely no halakhic, meaning Jewish legal basis for what he did, but it was an interesting exercise for him, something that he thought would be edifying, but it bears absolutely no resemblance to Jewish law. And yet most Orthodox rabbis will tell you that this embodies Judaism's attitude towards proper speech. It doesn't. It is a gross distortion of Judaism's attitudes towards proper speech. I believe there's one line in the entire Shulchan Aruch, right, the foundation of Jewish law from the 15th century with regard to the laws of proper speech, the laws of gossip, of Lashon Hara. So just because an Orthodox rabbi says something from a pulpit doesn't mean that there's any fundamental basis for what they're saying. Also, they will frequently feel completely free to tell you things that are not true, but they believe that by telling you something, it will encourage you to become more Torah observant. So if it is for a Torah ends, they will often feel completely free to lie and to deceive you and to manipulate you.
I mean, I said before that it is true that when Rav Moliver says that the fact that Jews the accusation that Jews try to get us.
And Kameo says, no, the Chafetz Chaim overwhelmingly has become codified as the norm. It's only been codified among the ignorant. Right? The Chafetz Chaim, that work of Lashon Hara, was ridiculed by his fellow rabbis when it came out. Only Baalei Tshuva rabbis, right, the less intelligent rabbis who do outreach work, kiruv, all right, will often endorse the Chafetz Chaim. Right? Any rabbi with a basis in Torah, right? There is no serious rabbi who's going to tell you that the Chafetz Chaim embodies Judaism's laws of proper speech. That is an indicator that you're dealing with someone with a very shallow understanding of Jewish law who's essentially a charlatan. Right? Any Jew who tells you the Chafetz Chaim embodies Judaism's attitude towards proper speech is a charlatan with regard to Judaism. They may be wonderful people in other areas, but they are ignorant.
serve in the army is a canard. That's not true. They did try to get us to serve in the army. On the other hand, we have his grandson saying that he believed that Jews should serve in the army, that this is something that just like Jews.
Okay, the idea that most Orthodox rabbis wanted Jews in Russia or in Eastern Europe or in Western Europe or the United States to join the army is a lie. Right? Overwhelmingly, Orthodox rabbis have been and still are opposed to Jews joining the Gentile armed forces of the country in which they're a citizen, because it makes it very difficult to observe the Sabbath and the laws of kashrut. And for most Orthodox rabbis, that overwhelms the obligation to be a good citizen.
Jews and Orthodox Jews, even in Germany, thought that you should be in the army, that this is something that he believed in. So quite fascinating. One final thing from these articles, he also, before I even get to that, he says, I don't know what you make of something like this. He says, we have to love and respect the Christians talking about in Russia who are following the right path and the ones who have looked to Israel in a positive way. I guess if you're talking about the ones who treat Jews well, then I guess he is being frank when he says that. But it rings of apologetics, although I don't think it is. But because we're used to, all these Sfarim that were published in the Russian Empire. On the second page there, it says all these laws that are written, the anti-Gentile laws, they don't apply to the wonderful country we're living in. The Tsar, he shall be exalted, and the non-Jews among whom we live, who worship God and treat us so well, etc., etc. And we've always assumed that these are apologetic, not frank statements. But with Remoliver, it seems it's frank. He also says in another article in Halav Unknown, he says that we created a lot of problems for ourselves because we stopped teaching Tanakh. I mean, this is a common claim in more recent times, but Remoliver makes it in the 19th century. He says we focus.
So the Tanakh refers to the Hebrew Bible as opposed to the Gemara, which is the Talmud.
Focus too much on Gemara. And he says, I don't know if this is provocative or not, he says that the people who only study Gemara, you're not going to get the midos you need, because the midos you need, the positive traits, if you want to get it out of the Gemara, it's scattered all throughout the Gemara. How are you going to find it? How do you bring it together? But if you read Torah and Nevi'im, then you can find it very easily. You go throughout the stories we know and Mishlei and things like that. So he says that this is a mistake, that we've removed ourselves from Nach, which he says is full of Musar va'orchot chayim. So again, this is breaking with the traditional yeshiva approach here. Like I said, he becomes Rav in Bialystok. He was in Radom, the Hasidic place in Poland. Then he becomes Rav in Bialystok in 1883, and he remains there to his death in 1898. Now, if you look at Rav Moliver's writings from the period that we've been discussing before 1883, you would have no idea that he has any connection to Zionism. He appears to be a traditional Rav who's open-minded ideas about how the world is changing, and there were a number of these rabbis. If you read the old periodicals, Halav Unknown and others, you see there are a number of rabbis who thought like this. These are not people in yeshivas. These are in yeshivas, you're just dealing with the elites, but people like Rav Moliver are in cities, and you're dealing with the masses, the Hamonam, and you realize that something needs to change. I think some people might conclude that there's something dangerous when Klal Yisrael is only led by Rosh Yeshiva, because Rosh Yeshiva, by their nature, are segregated or secluded in the yeshivas, and they're not really in touch with the wider world, the outside world. And until really the 1950s, 60s, the leaders were rabbis, not Rosh Yeshiva. There's been a change, obviously, both in leadership and halachic leadership. Before World War II, every great posek was a rav of a city. Even the Netziv was the Rav of Volozhin. The idea that you decide halacha, you'd be just in a yeshiva, that never occurred to anyone. Today, it's been totally reversed. And are there any communal rabbanim who are also great poskim? Everything goes to the yeshiva. So you wouldn't know that there's any Zionism here. But after his passing, we know, because his grandson, Yosef Moliver, published writings from this very period, before 1883, and we see that he was writing about Zionism, or Chovei Zion, I should say, proto-Zionism, but he never published it. Now, why didn't he publish it? It's not clear. He was writing about all sorts of things, and maybe he didn't want to get too controversial. But we see that he adopted the approach of Rav Tzvi Hirsch Kalisher. We've done classes on Rav Tzvi Hirsch Kalisher. They're not yet on the podcast, but we did classes on him. And Rav Tzvi Hirsch Kalisher's idea, which Rav Moliver also believes in, as far as I see, he doesn't mention Tzvi Hirsch Kalisher by name, though, so maybe he came to it independently, or, I mean, he certainly knew of Tzvi Hirsch Kalisher's ideas, but I don't know if he had a sefer or not, but it was in the air, that the redemption is going to come by natural means. He thought that his era was the era of redemption. And what were the signs, or at least the beginning of the redemption? Emancipation, increasingly strong economic position of the Jews in Europe. I mean, the redemption is going to come naturally. This is an idea that you find many of the Rabbanim say. In fact, the Dor Revi, who has so many interesting things.
So if you're a young, attractive woman and you come to Los Angeles to become an actress, the odds are probably over 50% that people with power to help you push your career forward will try to fuck you. And if you're a young, attractive woman in Southern California who tries to convert to Orthodox Judaism and you show any vulnerability whatsoever, the odds are at least 50% that at least one of the rabbis in your conversion process, one of your Orthodox rabbis in your conversion process, will try to fuck you. So who is the Chafetz Chaim, right? A European rabbi. They're from 1838 to 1933. He was known as the Chafetz Chaim for his most famous book, which means Desiring Life. It is a book against gossip. And in his first lecture on Rabbi Meir Simcha of Dvinsk, Mark Shapiro says that the Mishnah Berurah, the most influential commentary today on daily Jewish law for Ashkenazi Jews, was compiled by the Chafetz Chaim, but has only become canonical in the last 30 years. And Rabbi Meir Simcha of Dvinsk attacked the Chafetz Chaim at a rabbinic meeting in 1910. He said that the meeting was only for congregational rabbis. So it used to be that the important rulings on Jewish law only came from congregational rabbis. There has been a vast change in relative power in the last 50 years in Orthodox American Jewish life and around the world in Orthodox life. Now the most influential rulings on Jewish law come from the head of yeshivas who live a much more abstract life when compared to congregational rabbis. So it used to be the most important rulings on Jewish law came from congregational rabbis. Now they come from those who run yeshivas. Yeshiva is a Jewish Talmudic academy. So when the work, the Chafetz Chaim, the book came out against gossip, it was widely ridiculed by other rabbis. Right? And the Chazon Ish, for example, said that the Chafetz Chaim did not know what he was talking about in this book. And what the Chafetz Chaim had done is he created halakha, Jewish law, out of Musa and Agadata, right? Ethical exhortations, which are frequently extreme. So the Chafetz Chaim took these stories and he turned them into laws. He took ethical statements meant to inspire and turned them into Jewish law. And the Chafetz, Mark Shapiro says, I don't know today if anyone would have the courage to make these kind of criticisms of the Chafetz Chaim book when compared to when the book first came out about 120 years ago. So these rabbis were ridiculing the book, right? They were not primarily ridiculing the Chafetz Chaim, right? The Chazon Ish thought the world of the human being, the Chafetz Chaim, thought the world of his work, the Mishnah Berurah, but he was not a fan of the book Chafetz Chaim. So according to the Chafetz Chaim, no gossip is permitted, not even between husband and wife. But many other more learned Orthodox rabbis thought completely differently, such as Rav Shlomo Zalman Auerbach. So today, the Chafetz Chaim is the last word in these matters of appropriate speech among ignorant Jews. But back in the day, Rav Shlomo Zalman Auerbach would have the temerity to tell yeshiva students they don't have to listen to the Chafetz Chaim, meaning the book, the work on appropriate speech. So according to Rabbi Jacob Emden, you could say Lashon Hara, gossip about anyone who was your enemy. And if you read Jacob Emden's books, all right, there's all sorts of gossip about his enemies. Within the Jewish tradition, there are all sorts of heterim, permissions for Lashon Hara. The Meiri says that if you say it publicly, it's not Lashon Hara. Right, so in the Torah tradition, there are all sorts of views about what is appropriate speech. Then the Chafetz Chaim comes along and codifies all these extreme ethical exhortations and makes it appear as though Judaism has this universal prohibition of speaking ill of others that goes back to Mount Sinai. Now, if you listen to the speech of the great rabbis or read the writings of the great rabbis, all of them would, on a regular basis, violate these laws of the Chafetz Chaim. Now, do great rabbis think that they are saying Lashon Hara? No. They're saying, oh, the target of my enmity deserves it, right? The target is doing bad things. I'm speaking out for the good of the community, right? So if you know Orthodox rabbis well, you know that they speak just as much Lashon Hara as plumbers in their congregation. But they would say, oh, this isn't Lashon Hara. I am just exposing hypocrites, as the Talmud commands. And you can find various exhortations in the Jewish tradition saying that it's a mitzvah, it is a divine obligation to expose many types of hypocrisy. So in 2008, Mark Shapiro said in a lecture on the lives of the Gedolim, if you read my blog post, you'll see that I am a relentless exposer of the fraudulent, not just in the Haredi world, but in the modern Orthodox world. It all needs to be exposed. That doesn't mean every single person needs to know everything. As Rav Kook says, if they come into our world and they try to affect us with their fraudulent stories, it needs to be exposed. But if they want to live by these Bubermeises, these old wives' tales, that's their way of life, right? You only expose it if it threatens to interfere in the wider community. It's hard to know what Lashon Hara gossip is. We really don't know what Lashon Hara is. I've read many letters of the Gedolim, the great rabbis. They are full of negative comments about other rabbis, which you would normally say that is Lashon Hara. They badmouth other rabbis all the time, right? If you know Orthodox rabbis, if they are at ease with you, you'll hear them badmouth other Orthodox rabbis all the time. But if you were ever to ask one, he would say, oh, no, this is not Lashon Hara, because the Torah says you have to expose Hanafim, the hypocrites and the flatterers. Right? This comes from Talmudic tractate Yoma 86b. Right? It's an admonition to expose hypocrites. It is derived from the legal category of Hilul Hashem, right? The desecration of God's name. Right? We are supposed to expose hypocrisy. Now, you ask these Rabbanim, these rabbis who say terrible things about other people, and they are great Talmidi Hakachim, meaning the great Talmudic scholars. You ask them, are you not speaking Lashon Hara? They say, no, this is not Lashon Hara. Here is a fraud. I have to expose him. Now, it could be that the person that they're quote-unquote exposing is not a fraud, and it's just a personal ego dispute. So you will find that Orthodox rabbis are just as vulnerable as any other group of people to wanting honor and prestige and status. So you have rabbis who will not go to a particular community or a particular yeshiva because they won't get to be the number one rabbi in that community or yeshiva. And it's absolutely essential for their sense of self to think of themselves as number one. So Mark Shapiro says, I try to balance Jewish values with secular values. As a secular historian, you go into a grave and you dig up the body if you need to. You dig up someone's body to see if he was poisoned. I would have no problem as a secular historian if I was writing about a figure like Einstein. But among the Gedolim, I do not do that, the great rabbis. I've never had to make that choice with the Rabbi Yaakov Yehiel Weinberg. He was someone who, after World War II, received an invitation to take a position at Yeshiva University, and he did not go because Rav Soloveitchik was the number one rabbi at Yeshiva University, and Rabbi Yehiel Yaakov Weinberg had to be number one. And so he would not go to YU because he would not get to be number one.
Rabbi Glasner, Moshe Shmuel Glasner, the introduction to the Dor Revi, which was translated by Yaakov Elman, not the whole thing, but a good portion of it, as I recall. I don't think he translated the whole thing, but I mean, the Dor Revi is a whole conception of the oral law, but the Dor Revi, what an unbelievable thinker. But he says that, all these people, when Yehovah start returning to the land, he was a big believer in this. There were people who said, no, the redemption has to be miraculous. And all these stories about how the Mashiach is going to be miraculous, not come in natural means. Rav Glasner actually says, by the way, the Rambam doesn't believe in miraculous, but you have lots of other sources. What does Rav Glasner say? He says that all the stories, the Gemara's Midrashim about the miraculous redemption, those are only for the masses, the Hamonam. For all the years in the exile, you want to keep the faith of a messianic era alive in them. So the sages fed them these stories of miraculous redemptions because the idea of a natural redemption would have been possible to imagine 2,000 years ago and 1,000 years ago. And how could you imagine anything with a natural redemption? You're living in Provence or in Germany in medieval times, or you're living in the 18th century in Baghdad. I mean, there's no such thing as natural redemption. So they had to then speak in miraculous redemption. That's what Glasner says. I think that's a little naive of him. I would phrase it differently. I would phrase it that those Gedolim, they didn't say this for the masses. They believed it also because they.
Right. You could not be a journalist. You could not do journalism if you abided by the teachings of the Chafetz Chaim.
They were also living in Baghdad in the 18th century and living in medieval Germany. They also couldn't imagine redemption in a natural sense. That's why.
Right. Natural sense, meaning it will not require God's intervention. Back to the New York Times.
Of the boys' schools have regularly smacked, slapped, and kicked their students, records and interviews show, creating an environment of fear that makes learning difficult. At some schools, boys have called 911 to report being beaten. Still, Hasidic leaders have opened more than 50 new boys' schools in the past decade, and they have received increasing amounts of government money, records show. One city child care program for low-income families sent nearly a third of its total funding to Hasidic neighborhoods last year. Hasidic boys' schools are not a monolith. Their attitudes toward non-religious education can vary from neighborhood to neighborhood. A few schools in Brooklyn's Borough Park have held science and social studies fairs. One has an annual spelling bee. But those schools are the exception, the Times found. For many, the consequences of attending Hasidic schools can ripple across time. Students grow up and can barely support their own families. Some leave the community and end up addicted to drugs or alcohol. Others remain and feel they have little choice but to send their children to the schools. My biggest fear is that my sons are going to get engaged, get married, start having kids, said Shlomo Noskow, 42. Whose children remained in Hasidic schools after he got divorced, left the community, and struggled to earn a medical degree. And the cycle just repeats itself. There are about 200,000 Hasidic Jews in New York, making up roughly 10% of the state's Jewish population. They are distinct from modern Orthodox Jews and others who strictly follow religious law but also integrate their lives with contemporary society. Hasidim wear the same modest dress as their ancestors did, and most live in largely insular enclaves devoted to preserving centuries-old traditions. For many Hasidic people, their schools are succeeding, just not according to the standards set by the outside world. In a community that places religion at the center of daily life, secular education is often viewed as unnecessary or even distracting. Some parents told the Times they know the limits of the schools, but they enroll their children nonetheless.
So there was outrage when this New York Times series came out, but nobody managed to poke any factual holes in this Times reporting. Just a lot of emoting.
Us because they believe the educational system instills the values of their community. Approached by the Times on dozens of occasions over the past year, by telephone, email, and in person, the leaders of the largest Hasidic boys' schools have declined to answer questions. But over the last week, after the Times sent the schools a summary of its reporting, several Hasidic groups have publicly defended the way they educate children, writing opinion articles and issuing statements. The groups all emphatically said Hasidic schools operate independently of each other, not as a network. They denied some of the Times' findings, including that the schools do not provide an adequate education and that.
Okay, you can read the New York Times series for yourself. It came out in 2020.